Dear Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and valued teachers and students of Turkish Maarif Foundation. Welcome to the second day of Istanbul Education Summit.
Let's remember what we discussed yesterday. At the beginning of the summit, we hosted President Recep Tayyip Erdoğan with his video message. The President emphasized the role of Turkish Maarif Foundation in eliminating the damages caused by the pandemic in education.
Also, the Deputy Minister of National Education, Professor Dr. Osman Sezgin, highlighted the importance of face-to-face education in the teacher-student relationship.
The President of Turkish Maarif Foundation, Professor Dr. Birol Akgün, addressed their education activities around the world. Particularly, following the pandemic, they maintained education without interruption.
And after this speech, we had a high-level meeting. The ministers from different countries shared their insights regarding the future of schools, the participation of girls in education, distance learning, and so on. Then we listened to our first panel with distinguished speakers about back to school. And lastly, we had a teachers panel. They shared their experience with us.
Turkish Maarif Foundation gives priority to having equal opportunities in education for all students in order to be able to develop their ideas and projects. This is a must for the sake of collective development in education. Now, we'll watch the shining stars of Maarif to see what Maarif students succeed in.
My name is Said Muad Sadeghi. I'm going to introduce our team and our project in Technofest 2022. We got to final round as a finalist, and now about our project. Our project name is Third Eye, which is a complete kit for the blind.
Okay, today you take your award. How do you feel?
Oh, we are feeling amazing. Exceptional. We worked really hard, and it was a collective effort of our school, our teacher, and of course us, our parents. We would like to thank Allah for this victory. Yes, we are very happy.
Would you like to say something?
Yes, I want to say, talent has no boundaries. We have achieved this award in Turkey, and we are really glad and happy.
Congratulations, both of you. So, what would you say to Maarif students?
Just work hard. Success will eventually come to you, no matter what.
How are you feeling today as a teacher?
I'm feeling so blessed and happy just because of my students. They worked very hard and they got the position, alhamdulillah.
Merhaba, benim adım Huriye. Fark Türk Maarif H8 KİS Kampusu 9. sınıf öğrencisiyim.
Bu sene biz çok çalıştık ve emeğimizin karşılığını aldık.
Bizim okulumuz Pakistan'daki en başarılı okul seçildi.
Tüm öğretmenlerimize ve Fark Türk Maarif'e teşekkür ederiz.
Bu başarıdan ötürü biz çok mutluyuz.
Unë jam Atik Mustafa, vi nga Prizreni. Jam në klasën e 8 dhe vijoj mësimet në shkollën Maarif që 3 vite. Unë përveç mësimeve dhe obligimeve që kam në shkollë, merrem me not. Noti është sportimi preferuar që merrem nga mosha 6 vjeçare deri më sot. Unë mbështetje më të madhe gjej në shkollën Maarif. Ata më mbështesin që unë të përparoj në këtë fushë. Ka marrë edhe çmime dhe medalje të ndryshme. Nuk është as pak e vështirë, sepse kohën e organizoj së bashku me mësimdhënësit. Ata më përkrojnë që unë të mos shkëputem as pak nga stërvitit që janë obligative. Unë kam arritur shumë, sidomos në garat e ndryshme kudo. Në shkollë jam shumë i lumtur. Është një atmosferë e këndshme. Aty gjej veten, kam shoqëri shumë të mirë. Jemi të lirë me njëri tjetrin. Uroj që çdo njeri të mos ndalet dhe të punojë në atë drejtim që i pëlqen më së shumti. Besoj se me punë e dashuri arrihet çdo gjë e bukur.
I'm Nevas Dushman and I'm from International Marv Schools of Bucharest, and this is my story. I've always loved trying out new things, discovering more and taking risks. I've always loved lots of things like literature, music, and science, of course. That's discovering, and that's my biggest passion. My brain is in harmony with the nature. If I was to elaborate, for example, if I go for a walk, I wander around with my eyes and I take a look at the things and I think to myself, this is art, everything is in symphony. I see symphony in everything. That's science, and science is kind of art to me. Learning itself feeds my soul. I've always adored lots of knowledge and all kinds of knowledge. For the longest of time, for this reason, I've been wanting to enter a competition. I've been wanting to test myself and see the limits. And this contest that I entered was the chance for me. I entered and I gave the chance and I won. It was never my intention to win actually. I entered simply to test myself out and push the limits. I was disciplined throughout the process, and passion is the key to success, I believe. I see myself as a passionate contributor to this lovely Mother Earth.
Thank you. It's amazing to see Marv students are rewarded at Technofest. And from Pakistan and Afghanistan to Kosovo and Romania, Marv students will be successful swimmers, scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs, and they'll be pioneers of the future. We'll start with our first panel, the future of COVID generation. Being a student at a time when COVID-19 transformed the daily life of communities and disrupted educational activities has been a challenging experience for the COVID generation. It's wondered how the traces of this period will manifest themselves among the pandemic youth in the future. In this session, the future of COVID-19 generation, disappearing and emerging career opportunities, socioeconomic and psychosocial situations will be discussed. Let me introduce our distinguished speakers. The Director for the Directorate of Education and Skills from OECD, Andreas Schleicher. He oversees OECD's program for international students assessment. He is the recipient of numerous honors and awards. Mr. Schleicher will be joining the panel with his media message. Please welcome Professor of Psychology from University of New York, Tirana, Enila Chenko. She is a counselor and development psychologist with a PhD in psychology from the Clark University of US, having received many awards and scholarship in psychology. Welcome, Professor Chenko. Please welcome Professor of Philosophy from 29 Mayıs University, Tahsin Görgün. Professor Görgün received his PhD in Fiqh Procedure and Philosophy at Berlin Free University. He speaks Arabic, German, English, and French. Welcome, Mr. Görgün. And please welcome Professor of Mathematics Education and Assessment and Evaluation from Indiana University, Bloomington, Enrique Galindo. He currently serves as the President-elect for the Association of Mathematics Teacher Educators in the U.S. Welcome, Mr. Galindo. And please welcome Carlos Alejandro Vargas Tames, Chief of Section for Teacher Development from UNESCO. He leads the Section of Teacher Development at UNESCO's headquarters and the Secretariat of the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030. Welcome, Mr. Vargas Tames. And lastly, to moderate the first session, I kindly invite Yusuf Alpaydın, the Professor of Educational Management and Administration from Marmara University. He is a faculty member at Marmara University, Department of Educational Science and Administration. Welcome, Mr. Alpaydın, and the floor is yours.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay. Does it work? Dear educators, dear researchers, dear education volunteers, welcome to the second panel of the Istanbul Education Summit titled The Future of the COVID Generation. Thank you for choosing to be here this early morning in the weekend. Thank you. We have experienced significant school closures around the world in 2020 and in 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In this process, many countries tried to respond to this problem by improving their distance education infrastructures and so on. They took some measures to prevent students falling behind. However, for a long time, students had massively experienced a different kind of education. This experience also led to some changes in the educational habits of students, teachers, and families. The students who experienced this new learning and life mode were called COVID generation. COVID generation is mostly characterized by social isolation, social emotional losses, and academic losses. This new learning experience has also led to the discussions about the nature and future of the education. Although today there is a return to the traditional mode of education to a large extent, the demands for reform in education among educators, among politicians, among society are still alive. In this session, esteemed scholars and experts will share their views on the post-COVID education and the new roles of education stakeholders. In the first panel yesterday, titled Back to School, panelists have focused on appropriate reorganization of the education in the process to returning to schools. In this panel, we will be more focusing on the long-term policies for COVID generation by taking lessons from COVID times. In the first round, I will direct some questions for each speaker and expect them to answer these questions in around 12 minutes. And I will give extra 5 minutes in the second round for concluding remarks. I would like to give the first speech to Andreas Schleicher. He will join us with a video message. Andreas is UNESCO's Education and Skills Director. He is a very famous speaker in educational meetings. I would like him to make an assessment of the future of education and skills after the pandemic. And so I will ask questions in this manner. I think we can project his video message. Dr. Andreas.
Pandemic is
I will ask first my questions.
Yeah, obviously the pandemic.
Dr. Andreas, What do you think about the pivotal question of whether to seize the opportunity to create a whole new powerful learning system or slip back into the status quo after the pandemic? And secondly, what specific skills and competencies influence students' career decisions in the post-pandemic era? And lastly, how can we seize the opportunity for reinvention and develop a new vision for the future of education? And we are listening to Andreas now.
Yeah, obviously the pandemic has deeply disrupted education, and it left those who were not prepared really badly behind. But we've also seen an incredible amount of innovation during this pandemic, not just technological innovation, but also social innovation. And you have many young people going back to their teachers these days saying, you know, during the pandemic, I discovered so many interesting learning resources. I learned to learn on my own, to discover new things, to actually set my own learning goals, to monitor my own learning process. Can't we, design our learning environments in the class differently? And you see many teachers going back to their school leaders saying, during the pandemic, I discovered it's not enough to be a good instructor. I had to become a really good coach. I had to become a good mentor, a good facilitator, a good evaluator, a good designer of innovative learning environments to reach my students in new ways. I had to get interested in who are my students? Who do they want to become? How can I accompany them on their journey? So you have teachers actually rethinking their role, and you have school principals going back to the local administration saying, well, during the pandemic, you left us badly alone, but we managed things. We reconfigured the spaces, the people, the time, the technology in new ways to build a new education system. So now leave us some of that space after the pandemic. So I think you will find a lot of momentum. But the pivotal question that you raise is the one, will we be better in establishing a more collaborative culture in education? If we just rely on teachers doing their work behind four walls of a classroom, we will not change education. If we get teachers to work together, to research new learning environments, to observe each other's classrooms, to engage in collaborative professional development, if we create a stronger profession among teachers, they're going to be the ones who will reinvent and reimagine education. If we build stronger networks of schools, schools often work in isolation. They do not know what's happening in the neighboring schools. We always look upwards in the system. We don't look outwards to the next teacher, to the next classroom, to the next school, maybe to the next education system. And so I hope that, we will see more of a culture change towards a high degree of professional autonomy, yes, but also more collaborative culture. And if we do, I'm fairly optimistic that this pandemic will actually have, long-term implications that are positive. Yes, we need to realize that the kind of things that are easy to teach and maybe easy to test are precisely the kind of things that have also become easy to digitize, to automate. We know how to educate second-class robots, people who are very good to repeat what we told them. But what will make you human in a world in which things that are easy to teach have become easy to digitize? And when you ask yourself that question, what are those human skills that are complementary to the artificial intelligence that we created in our computers, to the technologies that are around us? You will find, of course, this has to do with cognitive dimensions, our capacity to imagine, to create, to build things that are of intrinsic worth. That's very, very important. We need to give young people more space to discover, to experiment. If you want young people to be creative, the room they have to do things, to experiment, is really important. And if you experiment, you need to take risks. If you take risks, you make mistakes. If our education systems are not better, do not become better to help young people learn from and with mistakes, maybe they will not become sufficiently creative. We have seen in our assessment of social emotional skills that often 15-year-olds are less creative than 10-year-olds. If I would tell you, you know, your 15-year-olds do worse in mathematics than your 10-year-olds, you would say, well, there's something terribly going wrong in schooling. But we do not ask ourselves that question when it comes to creativity. We often treat that as a kind of personality trait. But we should ask ourselves, how can we do better in education? You know, children are all born with an abundance of creativity. You know, they are, if you have a 3-year-old son or daughter, they're going to question everything you tell them. They're going to experiment with anything that gets into the way. They're always willing to learn, always willing to unlearn, always willing to relearn when the context changes. And then we put them into school. We try to make them compatible with our ways of thinking. We make them reproduce the established wisdom of our times, not to question it. And that, I think, then, you know, creates that mindset where often, you know, we believe that intelligence is a source of growth, not, you know, the effort and the creativity that we put into this. So I think that capacity to imagine. Second dimension that I believe is very important as well is our capacity to navigate ambiguity, to manage tensions and dilemmas. The world is no longer black and white. You know, often it is the uncertainty that we have to navigate, particularly in the world in which we live today. You know, in the past, you could always ask older people. You know, they knew the answers to your questions because the world changed very slowly and they had that experience. Today, when you ask older questions, you never know. What they tell you is, you know, timeless wisdom or outdated bias. I think that is a real dilemma for people. In the year 2000, when we started with our PISA assessment, reading was about extracting, you know, knowledge from prefabricated texts. We had the television anchors that we trusted, the newspaper editors who analyzed the world for us and communicated to us. When you didn't know the answer to a question, you could look it up in an encyclopedia, and you could trust the answer, you find it to be true. Today, you look up information on Google and nobody will tell you what is right and what is wrong, what is true and what is not true. Literacy is no longer about extracting knowledge, it's about constructing knowledge, a very different kind of skill set. That capacity to navigate ambiguity, manage complexity. You know, technology is great, it connects you with anyone. But in reality, it connects you with people who think like you, who look like you, who walk like you. It actually makes it more difficult to engage with alternative ways of thinking, divergent viewpoints, different opinions. So once again, our capacity to navigate the complexity of the world, to understand and appreciate different ways of thinking, different ways of working. Even in the disciplines, you know, yes, of course, in science, it's important to know something of physics and chemistry. But more important is, can you think like a scientist? Can you design an experiment? Can you distinguish questions that are scientifically investigable from those that are not? History is not just about memorizing names and places, but can you think like an historian? Do you understand how the narrative of a society has emerged, how it developed, how it advanced, and sometimes how it unravels when the context changes? Can you think like an historian? Can you think like a mathematician? You know, mathematics is not about, you know, formulas and equations and calculating exponential functions. It's about understanding the concept, the idea of an exponential function. So that's on the cognitive side. But what is also important, that the world no longer rewards you just for what you know. Now, Google knows everything. The world rewards you for what you can do with what you know, that skills dimension, that capacity to apply, to extrapolate from what you know. And that includes not just cognitive skills, also social and emotional skills. Can you live with yourself? Can you live with people who are different from you? Can you live with the planet? Can you take responsibility? Can you mobilize your cognitive, social, emotional resources to take action? And perhaps, you know, I conclude with this, that may be the biggest differentiator today, that sense of agency, that students are not passive consumers of learning content, but that they can take responsibility for themselves and for others and, you know, create a future that is theirs. You know, I actually think the Istanbul Education Forum is a great place to start that conversation. It is really about making education more of a whole of society enterprise. It is not just, you know, a public service where students are educated and where teachers, you know, teach and where parents, you know, go as clients. But education in the future will be much more a whole of society enterprise, where we're all part of this equation. And I do believe creating that conversation. In the schools, are often very good to keep students inside and the rest of the world outside. And the more we can open school doors, the more we can bring the real world into the schools, the more we can connect the world of learning with the world of work. If you look to Turkey, you know, vocational education is often a last resort, not really a first choice for young people. And that's a pity. You know, we are often either educating people very academically, very abstract, very removed from the real world, or we educate them in very narrow, very practical ways. In the future, it's about building better connections between the real world and the world of learning. You know, what is very clear is that you cannot be what you cannot see as a child. You know, particularly if you come from a disadvantaged family background and you've never met a scientist, then why would you study hard in science? So bringing, you know, the expertise, the real world into the classroom and connecting learners with the facets of the world, I think is going to be very, very important. And I actually think the Istanbul Education Forum is a great place to have that conversation, to start that conversation. But we need to do more of this. The reality of learning needs to become a much more real experience. You know, in the past, we used to learn to do the work, but now learning is the work. It doesn't stop when we finish school. That's just the beginning. We need to learn throughout our lives, and we need to have that curiosity to expand our horizon. So as a school, if you succeed to give young people those kinds of tools, that motivation, that capacity to continue to learn, you've been really, really successful.
Okay. Thanks to Andreas for his first part of messages. He emphasized agency issues, active involvement of students and teachers for their learning. And now I want to go on with Enila Tsenko, who is professor of psychology. So I want to ask her questions about the mental health of COVID generation. Dear Enila, what measures should be taken to address the psychosocial challenges experienced by the COVID generation during the pandemic? How have peer bullying and cyberbullying changed with the pandemic? How can we compensate for the lack of social emotional interaction in the post-pandemic era?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. As we all have experienced at a personal and social level, the COVID-19 pandemic disrupted the very fabric of our lives in so many aspects, including psychological functioning and emotional well-being. The pandemic brought forth numerous stressors with both short and long-term consequences, which had for a great number of people a significant impact on their mental health. This mainly due, in my opinion, to the fact that these stressors triggered by the pandemic hit us at the very core of some basic human needs. For example, the pandemic brought into attention with force fear of loss of life or health consequences, uncertainty for the future, and a sense of lack of control. These are basic fears on the basis of which all other human fears operate. So we can only imagine the psychological distress that is experienced when these fears are prominent. Additionally, public health measures that were undertaken by governments in order to protect people's lives were oftentimes quite extreme. They involve lockdowns, quarantine, social isolation, and what they hit is another basic human need, the need for connectedness and social belonging. As a result, many people during the time when these measures were in place, they reported experiencing feelings of isolation, loneliness, despair, boredom, and annoyance. Forcing people to stay at home in confined spaces also disrupted family ties in many cases, contributing to a rise in aggression and anger directed towards partners, children, elderly people, leading to an increase in domestic violence and abuse, which we know very well is a risk factor for mental health, especially for the younger people. The pandemic also affected unemployment rates and poverty rates and led to a sense of increased financial insecurity for many people. Again, these are adverse experiences and risk factors for mental health. They deal with our human need to feel safe and secure, and this need was again put into question during the pandemic. The disruption of education, especially for the young generation, and not being able to attend schools, prevented children and adolescents and young adults from accessing environments where learning takes place, where cognitive and social-emotional development takes place. Therefore, they missed out on these very important experiences necessary for growth and development, thus affecting our need to grow and develop. All people of all ages, all nations were affected by the pandemic, directly or indirectly, but some groups were affected more than others. And data show that the young people, the youth, were disproportionately affected by the pandemic. The negative effects of the pandemic on youth mental health were greater than for more than the other age groups. This resulting from the factors that I already mentioned, from these stressors. Youth were experiencing social isolation, disruption in education. They were exposed to increased abuse and violence in some cases. Their normal routines and structure were disrupted, and these are important elements for development. Data show, actually a recent report by the World Health Organization on mental health shows that the prevalence of psychological disorders such as depression and anxiety rose by 25 to 28% for the young generation. These data are quite concerning, and the degrees of psychological and the levels of psychological distress experienced by youth are not confined only to depression and anxiety, but they go into many other psychological disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, et cetera, et cetera. Youth were also not affected equally. Some young people were affected more than others. There were different factors that contributed to the level to which they were affected. Those young people who were more directly exposed to the consequences of the pandemic, their mental health was hit harder. For example, youth who underwent school closure without adequate support, those who lost dear ones or were afraid for loss of life in their families, those children and adolescents who experience a significant income decrease in their homes, those young people who underwent the pandemic during important transitional periods in their time, such as students who were at the time of taking national exams, such as matura exams in high school or in universities, or they were transitioning from the school to the workforce. Of course, the pandemic also exacerbated existing problems in mental health, so the youth that had existing problems were experiencing even more increased difficulties during the pandemic. And of course, youth coming from socially disadvantaged groups, from minorities, or those living in families, communities, and schools with fewer resources, their mental health outcomes were more negative than others. These change in mental, or this increase in the negative effects on mental health of youth was also accompanied by other negative psychosocial events, such as an increase in suicidal ideation and suicidal thoughts. Data and reports are mixed on whether suicide rates increased during the period of pandemic, but we know for sure that negative self-harm Behaviors increase, especially for females and adolescents females. We know that bullying and cyberbullying experienced a decrease during the pandemic. This is mainly due because schools were closed and children were at home. However, we are yet still to see what will happen now that we're back in schools with the levels of bullying and cyberbullying. Nevertheless, we are to be cognizant of the effects of these negative consequences. We may wishfully think that the pandemic is over and therefore the effects on the mental health are over. However, unfortunately, research and data show that the impact on mental health of the pandemic, especially for the young generation, for the future of our societies, are long-term. These consequences are long-term, and they have created what some consider to be a pandemic scarring, which is an issue that needs to be addressed quickly and efficiently. When children, adolescents, and young adults experience issues with mental health, this influences their educational outcomes. This leads to poorer grades, to less school attendance, to a lack of motivation and energy in attending school. And then this affects their employment outcomes. And then the poor educational and poor employment outcomes in turn affect mental health, such creating a cycle of perpetual problematic behaviors occurring for children and adolescents and young adults. So we cannot remain indifferent to what is happening with the mental health of our young people. As educators, as caregivers, as teachers, as psychologists, as parents, it is our responsibility to actively address and raise awareness of the fact that mental health is important. And this is actually a starting point, I think, when it comes to measures that we can undertake. Beginning with the starting point and the awareness that mental health is as important as physical health. We need to deepen our value and commitment to mental health. We need to understand and value its intrinsic power. Even at a personal level, as was mentioned in yesterday's panels, it is important to realize and take care of ourselves and our own mental health so that we can then take care of others, of children, of adolescents, of young adults. So once we start with this awareness, not only at a personal level, but also at a societal and governmental level, then we can move on to stepping up investments in terms of mental health. This is not limited only to more appropriate funding and strengthening the mental health care system, which, by the way, during the pandemic did not function well. Services were disrupted and people were unable to access mental health care system on time and efficiently. So we need to take steps to this direction to provide more adequate funding in terms of mental health, to engage in more research and rely on evidence-based practice and policy in implementing what research tells us in terms of mental health. And very importantly, making mental health accessible and affordable to all. Not everyone currently can access mental health, and this is a problem that needs to be immediately addressed. Additionally, I believe that we need to look at mental health from a holistic and societal perspective, not just as a problem of the healthcare system, but rather as a societal problem. And in preventing mental health issues or bettering protection in terms of mental health, we need to reshape our environments, our physical, social, and economic environments, from a societal perspective. So, for example, starting from the home, more initiatives, better initiatives, more efficient initiatives to eliminate issues and adverse risk factors that lead to poor mental health, such as domestic violence or preventing child abuse and neglect, providing more nurturing care that is necessary for child development, working towards alleviating poverty with different programs, In the school setting, which is another environment that needs to be reshaped, as we have been discussing in this summit, there needs to be further work and improvement into integrating mental health resources into the school setting. So not, as was mentioned in yesterday's panel, not only empowering teachers to take better care of themselves and then help students, but also increase the capacity of mental health professionals that are present in the school settings. So currently not all schools, at least not in Albania, but I assume in other countries it's the case, not all schools are adequately covered by school psychologists or school counselors. And in this direction, not only we need to increase the number of professionals related to mental health care that work in the school, but also we can consider alternative ways of implementing by offering remote access, such as via self-care programs, which can be offered digitally, peer-to-peer programs where students are trained and then they help each other, teacher training and other staff training in relation to addressing mental health needs of children, and then being able to further refer them for further assistance if needed. Social-emotional development programs are also necessary in schools to be implemented efficiently. Anti-bullying and anti-discrimination policies and practice, as well as addressing any type of negative social norms in the schools, can ameliorate the situation in terms of mental health of young people. So ultimately, we need to strengthen mental health care and adopt a holistic approach to thinking about mental health care. We can use the situation from the pandemic actually to more actively reflect on this need and to use the pandemic as an opportunity to advocate for reorganizing mental health the way our systems provide it and scaling up what we offer in terms of mental health for our young generation.
Thank you so much. Dr. Enila emphasized that pandemic prevented some basic human needs to be met. So psychological disorders prevailed in young people, and these disorders will have long-term effects to be considered by the school communities. Dear Tenila, thanks a lot for your insightful speech. And now I want to move on. Dr. Enrique Galindo. As he's professor of mathematics and teacher education, I would like to ask him questions about mathematics, assessment, and teacher practices. Dear Enrique, how can teachers adjust their classroom practices to help students better prepare for the post-pandemic period? How can we compensate for learning loss in mathematics during the post-pandemic period? And lastly, which assessment strategies are more effective for teaching and learning after the pandemic? You have 12 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank the Marif Foundation for inviting me. I'm very excited to be part of this summit. The summit so far has been very informative, especially yesterday afternoon when we got to hear from the teachers. It was very inspiring to hear their stories, what they had experienced, and what they had to do to better support learning and their students. And I'm sure that was just a glimpse of all the stories out there of what teachers have been doing over the last 2 years. I'm going to address the questions in a different order. I'm going to start with the second question about learning loss and how to compensate for that. The first thing I would like to mention is that when we talk about the COVID generation, we shouldn't put all the students in the same place or in the same situation. As it was mentioned earlier by one of my colleagues, people experience the pandemic in different ways. I'm going to give a couple of examples. I am originally from Mexico, so I have experience working in the Americas, including Latin America. And if you look, for example, at what happened in Latin America, according to UNICEF, between March 2020 and March 2021, children lost an average of 158 days of school. That's a lot more than the global average that was 95 days. So there are big disparities in how children experience the pandemic. And so when we talk about learning loss, we cannot expect that we are going to have one-size-fits-all solution. We need to understand how this was experienced in different places, and according to that, take actions. But it is true that all countries were affected. Just a few days ago, we got results from the National Assessment of Education and Progress in the US. This is an examination that is called as the US report card. And we see in the last assessment that the results are not encouraging. The National Assessment of Educational Progress has been documenting that in general, since it started in the 70s, the student scores were gradually increasing. There were big increases in the 90s, there were big increases in the 2000s, and then results stayed about the same for about 10 years. In these last results that we just learned about, we learned that the average fourth grade math score decreased by 5 points to its lowest level since 2005. The average eighth grade math score decreased by 8 points to its lowest since 2003. But again, to illustrate the differences, if you look at students in the 90th percentile, the top performers, they only lost 3 points. But if you look at students in the 10th percentile, their score dropped by 12 points. Now, experts say that loss of 1 point in this examination is equivalent to about a loss of 3 weeks of instruction. And so those kids who lost 12 points, we're talking about 36 weeks of instructional loss. And so we have many challenges. We have many challenges to address. The challenges include low learning levels, include high dropout rates, and also increasing gaps between vulnerable students and their peers. So what can we do in math? I'm going to mention a few things. One of the things is that we need to rethink how we tackle math, especially when we're trying to recover some gains. One approach that it's helpful is to approach math from the viewpoint of the big ideas. So focusing on big ideas can be a way to help the students catch up for some of the learning that has been lost. Another thing to consider is that when we went into using distance learning during the pandemic, teachers actually switched very quickly. So that shows that we can make changes relatively quickly when there are the conditions for that to happen. So one change that we could make is to really put more emphasis on student-centered learning. I worry sometimes that when we think about recovering and helping children catch up, one tendency may be to go back to teacher-centered learning, and that would be a big mistake. I think that focusing on student-centered learning will be very helpful because students can really develop understanding of mathematical ideas, and this could be a great opportunity to get more teachers involved in what it is student-centered learning. Another thing we can do in mathematics is to continue taking advantage of technology. Many digital tools were used during the pandemic. But the majority of them were tools that were used for communication, for getting together virtually. I think another important dimension of digital tools in mathematics is to use tools that allow students to do exploration of mathematical ideas, that allow them to take mathematical actions with technology, to take an action that is based on mathematics and receive feedback that is based also on mathematics. So getting teachers to learn more about those tools that can be used to support mathematics learning is important. It is also important to revise the curriculum. Many countries have learned that the curriculum may need to be revamped. For example, in the US, for many years, the highest level course that students in high school take has been the calculus class. And today, with many new professions and the importance of data, other classes may be equally or more important. For example, probability and statistics. There's currently efforts in the US to rethink the high school curriculum so that it can better prepare students for more of the careers that they are going to be available in the future. Another thing that can be done in mathematics is to think about options for those who got behind and didn't finish high school. Since we have now access to digital technologies, options for those who are older than 18 to be able to complete their high school are an important thing to have. And even though we use digital technologies, distance learning during the pandemic, I think we shouldn't have the feeling or the attitude that now we know how to do that. There is a lot to be learned about using digital technologies and for distance learning. And so continue training in that area, continue doing research about what are effective ways to use those technologies is important. And I think we also need to think about the structural problems. It's not just thinking about what teachers can do. Teachers are already overwhelmed with many tasks. And so unless we can change some structural problems, it would be very difficult to ask teachers to do even more. And so thinking about ways in which we can revamp the educational system. For example, in the US, most teachers spend most of the time in the classroom in front of the students with very little time for planning and preparation. So some of those structures need to be changed if we want teachers to continue learning and to better support their students. Another thing to do is to have strategies for re-engaging students. Many students left schooling during the pandemic and they haven't come back. And so thinking about successful strategies to re-engage students is important. I am aware of a few examples. For example, Argentina used a program in which they were doing home visits to try to get students to re-engage with schools. Brazil used a program in which they were using automatic text messages to nudge students and families to try to keep them in school or to try to get them to come back to school. A similar program was also used in LA, in Los Angeles. Another program used tutoring using text messages as a way to keep students engaged. So I'm now going to go back to the question about teachers, the first question. And when we think about what teachers in the classroom could do, I think we need to be very careful about one danger, and the danger is that sometimes when we think about learning loss, we tend to focus on content areas. And when we focus on content areas, we tend to focus on subjects that we think are the most important, and that usually math and reading. And I think even though we want to support students to recover in those areas, we really need to have a broader view. And we want to help teachers focus on the student as a whole individual and try to develop more skills other than the cognitive skills. And so it is important to help teachers see the whole learner and care for the whole individual. Personalized support is important because, as I said before, not all students are in the same place. So doing more to offer personalized support, it's important. Teachers, I think, should try to continue using the tools that they use during the pandemic and combine them with personalized instruction and try to learn to do more with them. Many families were engaged during the pandemic because students were at home. And so I think it would be important to continue that practice. If we were able to engage families, keep that engagement going, because that would be a way to support students. I'm going to now switch to the question about assessment. When we think about assessment and when we think about learning loss, one thing that may come to mind is, okay, let's try to measure the learning loss that took place and then start designing even more standardized exams to try to get a sense of where things are. And I know it is important to know where things are, but my recommendation would be that rather than designing new assessments and subjecting students to new tests, that it will be more important to gather the information we can gather from existing ongoing assessments rather than creating new ones. And if we're going to create new assessments, rather than focusing on trying to measure learning loss, I think it would be important to develop formative assessments. Formative assessments that can help the teacher know where the students are and how they can better support them so that they can plan their instruction. There are many options for assessments that will be more helpful. For example, getting the students to get feedback from their peers using what is called critical friends. Your peers become critical friends for your work. They also give you feedback, and they also get you help you get better. Another idea is to get students to be taking ownership of their own learning. I talked about student-centered learning, and that is important, but it is also important to work with students on realizing that the learning is actually in their hands, and that in addition to schools, there are many options today to continue learning. And so trying to get students to take ownership and be responsible for their own learning is important. I think the pandemic is actually an example of resilience. We now can look back and we feel most of it is behind. But I think that is just an example of resilience in helping students realize that actually being back at school is a great accomplishment, that they succeeded because they are back at school, and recognizing that we can talk about learning loss, but there was also lots of learning that took place. And that learning that took place during the pandemic is more about recognizing being a human being, recognizing the value of working together to create a better world. And so one of my favorite quotes about resilience is from Nelson Mandela. He says, "Do not judge me by my success, judge me by how many times I fell down and got back up again." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Enric. He emphasized that students experienced pandemic in different ways, and the amount of losses are different. Proper actions can be taken by assessing content and amount of losses. He emphasized also the importance of using digital tools, providing personalized teaching, and making formative assessments. Thank you very much again. Now I want to turn to Carlos Vargas Tames. He's from UNESCO. Dr. Carlos Vargas Tames is educational sociologist and chief of UNESCO section for teacher development. So I would like to ask him both about teacher development policies and well-being of COVID generation. Dear Carlos, what are UNESCO's learning and teacher development policies for the next generation? Secondly, which actions need to be implemented to elevate the psychosocial problems of the COVID generation? And what unique skill sets will teachers need in the post-pandemic era?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yusuf. And all of that in 12 minutes.
Yes, we have 12 minutes.
Very good. Good morning to everybody, and thank you, Yusuf, for the questions. Thank you very much for the invitation of the Türkiye Marie Foundation to this interesting summit. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to join you. I'm going to try to start from the end and going up on the questions that were asked around UNESCO's work on the field of teachers. But I wanted to share a couple of reflections on two particular issues. One of them is something that we've been discussing these last couple of days, which has to do what are some of the lessons that we learned from the COVID, or we have learned, because it's not over yet, from the COVID pandemic. And then what are some of the implications of those lessons for how we think of education differently, how we transform education. And that I will do based on a number of publications that we have issued at UNESCO and by other organizations as well, and also from lessons that we learned in the process of the Transforming Education Summit, which is a summit that took place in September at the headquarters of the United Nations in New York, at the sites of the UN General Assembly, and that brought world leaders, heads of state and government, to make commitments to transform education. And of course, coming out of a pandemic, the issue of COVID was definitely there in the commitments that were made, in the reflections that were made, and that is something that I would like to share with you. And what are some of the implications for that, for the work of teachers? So I will not focus on the learning losses. I will not focus, certainly not necessarily directly, on the psychosocial well-being. I will not focus, and I will actually challenge this idea of learning recovery, because we certainly don't want to go back to normal, because normal was not good enough. And we don't want to go back to educational exclusion. We don't want to go back to discrimination in education and the reproduction of inequalities through it, which is something that we've been seeing that education systems can actually do very well. But we don't want to go back to that. So I will challenge the idea of the recovery, and I will challenge the idea of the learning losses. I concur with Enrique. There's a lot that was learned during the pandemic, and I would like to focus at policy level, at global level, what these lessons were. So the first lesson, I would say, has to do with the fact that education can change. It sounds easy, it sounds simple, but it's not always witnessable. You don't always witness education changing. And because education systems can be very heavy, can be very traditional, can be very inflexible, but during the pandemic, we realized that education can actually change. And it doesn't necessarily take sometimes a master plan. It changes on an everyday basis, and by the contribution of a number of factors. Secondly, we learned that teachers have the capacity to enable that change, that teachers can actually adapt educational provision to changing demands and in the most challenging contexts. So we've seen, and I will not reiterate, but we've seen many examples of them were spoken of yesterday as well, and when teachers actually adapted the curriculum, adapted the content, adapted the organization of learning, adopted diversified methods, and so on. So this is also a realization that the transformation of the transformation of education is within the hands of teachers as well. And I think that is important. When we talk about learning losses, when we talk about the preoccupation for learning the foundational, we realize through the pandemic as well that what is foundational, what is vital, changes in context and changes in time. What was vital during the pandemic was to learn about how to take care of oneself. It was how to be free from contagion, from infection, how to keep others safe, and that was actually vital content, more than mathematics at that time, more than reading and writing, literacy, what they call foundational learning. It was around staying alive, like the song, and also about being safe with others. So also the idea of what is foundational and what is the basic learning that we need changes according to context and to circumstances. And the actors that are the closest to this context and to these circumstances are teachers. They are the ones that have first-hand knowledge of what are the problematics within the communities, within the learners, and who can actually adapt education accordingly. But in order to do this, teachers need to be supported, they need to be recognized, they need to be trained, and they need to be acknowledged as policymakers as well. So not teachers only as those who actually implement the curriculum, but teachers who are actually decision makers at the classroom level, as we have seen, by deciding what is the most important content, when is the best time, what are the different formats. As we said during the pandemic, the calendars were threw out of the window, the learning spaces changed, the content, the methodologies, and so on. So then the role of teachers is very important, and that is one of the lessons that we learned from the Transforming Education Summit. First of all, that there is no transformation of education without teachers. So that is just bottom line. However, we do see worldwide that there is a shortage of teachers. There are just not enough teachers in the world. If we want to achieve universal primary, secondary education, 1 year of pre-primary teaching, we do not have enough teachers. According to our institute, the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, we need some 70 million teachers to be recruited from here to 2030 if we want to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 4. So that means a huge number of teachers that are required. Not only that, there's also the issue of teachers actually leaving the profession. Teachers leave the profession because they don't find it very attractive. There's an issue, of course, of working conditions that have to do with the contractual conditions, with the remuneration, but it also has to do with how we think of teachers and how much trust we confer them. So it is important to say that also to stay in a profession, because sometimes when one thinks of why teachers leave the profession, we usually think of they don't make enough money, which is very true in many contexts. Their salary is not comparable to that of other professionals, that's true. Their contractual conditions, they can be unstable, they can be temporary, they could be unattractive, that is true as well. But even in those countries that pay and hire teachers properly, where they receive a good salary, they leave the profession too. And that is within the first 5 years. So then when we think of working conditions, we need to think beyond the contractual and the remuneration, and it has to do with how well we treat teachers. And it has to do with how we trust their pedagogical judgment, how we trust the knowledge that they have actually produced in the classroom, and how we use that knowledge. Instead, because of our wish to assure the quality of education, we have put in place a number of accountability mechanisms that curtail, that undermine the work that teachers do. So it is not very attractive to be a teacher if you are being told what to teach, when to teach, how to teach. You're being inspected so that you teach that, and then you're tested for that. It doesn't leave much room for autonomy, for agency, for creativity, for all of these things that we've been thinking and saying about the teaching profession. So now when we think about transforming education, we have to transform the way we think of teachers, and we have to transform the metrics as well of what we expect of and for teachers. There's an issue, of course, of gender representation within the profession, which is based on biases around whose responsibility is the care, the upbringing, and the education of children. So we see, of course, gender disparities from early childhood education, where we have most of the teachers globally are women, all the way to this trend reversing when we go to higher levels of education, especially certain areas like science, mathematics, and others. And of course, we see glass ceilings as well. So even though the vast majority of the teacher force is female, the leadership is not. So that is something that needs to be remedied as well, if we want education to be inclusive and to be a human right. Now, when it comes to the working conditions, of course, I will not delve more into it because I know I have very little time, but there's the remuneration, the contractual, the actual, how we make teaching an intellectually rewarding profession, one which one is inspired to do, and therefore can actually inspire others. Another issue has to do with the opportunities that teachers have for professional development. We have in many countries an issue of qualifications. There are many teachers who are in classrooms who do not have the proper qualifications to be teachers. And that has to do with the pedagogical training and so on. But there's also a way of how we actually qualify teachers, what kind of teacher development. And yesterday we were hearing some comments around how this changes from an individual, from not only an individual, but a course-based specific form of training and development to something that is lifelong, that is life-wide opportunity for exchange. Teachers learning from one another, definitely has been mentioned before, peer learning, communities of exchange, communities of practice, communities of learning, where again, the knowledge that teachers produce is actually examined, is actually synthesized, is actually shared, not only for the betterment of teaching in a certain setting, for the use of this knowledge of other teachers, and most importantly, I would say, to feedback into education policy. Again, we rely countless of times with assessments around the learning loss, around assessments, around the realities, and we seldom listen to the voice of teachers about those realities. So I think it is important to consider that. And then finally to say, if we want teachers to make a difference, if we want teachers to innovate in practice, which we do, we need to grant them the autonomy and the agency that is needed to do that. So on the one hand is the professional development that allows teachers to adapt their practice, to cater for the different needs of their students, to instill in them a sense of belonging, a sense of responsibility for themselves, for the world, for others, for the planet. Then we need to think of professional development in a different way, but we need to give teachers more autonomy so that they can actually innovate. And this issue of more autonomy has to do with teachers being able to participate in educational decision-making, as we said, not only in the classroom, but when it comes to policy. And that, sadly, is something that does not happen often. Teachers are not used to taking part in the decision-making tables. That requires certainly some professional development in terms of collective bargaining, in terms of association of teachers, in terms of the work of unions, of collectivities that can actually work together to bring policy solutions to the table, grounded on the knowledge that teachers actually have. So with that perspective of the learning that we have had from the pandemic, and from some of the conversations that we've seen and the commitments that we've heard in the Transforming Education Summit, I arrived to your question as to what is UNESCO's response to this state of affairs. So first of all, what we're trying to do is to transform education, looking at how education can actually shape better, more just, more sustainable futures for all. Last year, and I invite you to visit our website, you will be able to find the report that the International Commission on the Futures of Education, which was convened by UNESCO last year, and worked for about 2.5 years consulting a large number of intellectuals, teachers, policymakers, social activists, and so on, shaped the idea of what the future of education looks like. So I will not tell you much so that you can actually read the book. But the 5th chapter speaks about what are the implications of that vision for education for teachers. And that is what shapes UNESCO's agenda on teachers' work. So first of all, the publication calls for a new social contract for education in which teachers are central, in which we rethink, we reimagine education, and we recast teaching as a collaborative profession. That's one of the principles, let's say, of this publication and the principles of UNESCO's work in education. Now, thinking of teaching as a collaborative profession has certain implications for policy. So how we do policy together, collectively, with the voice of teachers. It has implications for teacher professional development. So how we think of teacher learning collectively by means of peer learning and exchange, by means of collaboration, by means of social dialogue and participation, how we think actually of the pedagogies and the work that we do that foster that sense of community. So methodologies such as action research, service learning, community outreach, and many others that are collective in nature, and in which teachers, in which students can actually, and teachers as well, deploy and learn, deploy their knowledge and learn from one another. And it helps also in regaining trust in teachers. So just to wrap up, because I know I've taken a little long time, to say, if we think what are the skills that teachers need in the post-pandemic era, I would say they are the same skills that teachers are actually trained to develop and to deploy. Again, it has to do with adapting education to the needs, to the wants, to the aspirations of their learners, inspiring them curiosity, creativity, and lifelong learning, so learning to learn, and the desire to continue learning, and instilling in them a sense of belonging to a global community, a sense for responsibility for that community, for one another, and for the planet. So with that, I will wait for the second question to elaborate upon other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for your impressive speech. He reminded us that for educational change, teachers should be central, and they should be recognized, acknowledged, accepted as leaders and policymakers of education. Thank you very much again. Now I would like to give the last speech to Professor Tahsin Görgün. He is professor of philosophy, and he has many works on educational philosophy as well. I would like him to make a more universal and paradigmatic evaluation to make sense of our current educational experiences. He prefers talking in Turkish, and I will address him in Turkish with your permission. I switch to Turkish now. Please take your microphones. Tahsin Hocam. Mikrofon.
Evet,
çalın.
efendim.
Tüm disiplinlerin felsefeden çıktığı bilindiğine göre günümüzde felsefenin eğitimdeki rolünü nasıl?
We know that how do you evaluate and school system today, the philosophy and the paradigm, how they are affected by the pandemic and spreading the digital culture with the effects of pandemic. When we think about it, student, how do you evaluate that the reflections to the teachers, students, and the family? These are the questions on the levels of students, teachers, and the politics. They evaluated it, assessed it, and we would like you to, again, according to history of world or history of thinking, of how do you place it? Can you make an evaluation for us? Thank you very much. I salute you. with full respect. Being in such a summit, I am very happy for this. I want to share my happiness. I am looking from a philosophical aspect to the subject. So education during the pandemic, the things that pandemic taught us, there are many things. I am making this evaluation regarding these points about education after pandemic. Both what opportunities do we have, and what challenges do we have when we think them all together about education. What can we do? I will try to present a general perspective. I would like to impress that the speakers before me, and again yesterday, there were some speeches I followed. There, I realized that generally we have common worries, we have common thinking, and we have similar solutions. The people here, they didn't agree, they didn't come together and agree on them. And as humanity, we have a common conscious and experience. And as humanity, that we have some options and challenges, and as humanity, we should perceive it in this way, and I see it. We can solve them together, and we have similar aspects. This is very pleasant for me. I prepared a text, and I shared it before, especially to make it easier for the translators. And if you let me, I will follow this text, and I will continue to present. Pandemic makes some challenges, but it revealed some solutions and options. We can say that pandemic that we faced, like we have options with the digital tools. In other words, we realized the things that we neglected before. And it means that the digital dimension, it shows the existence of it. We can say that before we were living in software world, but now at the same time we realize that we live in the software world. So when we step back, we live in especially educational area, we live in software world, but we just started realizing that without any doubt, we realized it, and there is no go back. Pandemic is an incident, representing it as an incident. It is the interpretation of our life in literature, ethics, arts, in some such areas. It was inevitable to think about them again. Education is one of them. During the pandemic, students and teachers, there were people that was responsible of school buildings. They were away from school buildings. After the pandemic, they went to normalizing the things. Pandemic is now is an extraordinary thing that will be forgotten. It will be seen like that, but we live, and because of the things and challenges, we cannot see that in this way, because without the digital options and opportunities, we could neglect the education, and during these 2 years we would neglect education, but we didn't. Digital opportunities, by using them, there are many questions about the quality of the education, and they have right to ask these questions. The people talked yesterday, and the panelists, they pointed out these questions. I will not talk about it. I want to emphasize that about pandemic, this pandemic quality, rather than these questions, there is a point that is more important to me. Digital opportunities in generally our lives and the place of it in our lives, and the education and the problems because of them. Pandemic is not just an extraordinary situation, but in our lives, it's an opportunity that the adults are not aware. With these opportunities, education was able to continue successfully. Before these, the parents didn't know the softwares, especially these teenagers or lower age. When compare these children, adults, they don't know these softwares and opportunities. But during the pandemic, they were engaged, and they realized that they are in the middle of these opportunities and learned these opportunities. In this environment and opportunities, we can call that the world that made from softwares. Education continued in this world, and the most important part of it is not share students and teachers not sharing the same place, but they were at the same place physically. They weren't at the same place physically. The problem I am not talking about that. I will not talk about it now, but the students who are not physically with the teacher, they had relationship with the teacher. Teachers at the same place physically, the authority of the teacher, at least when compared to classical classroom thing, they were a loss. This is the same for the students. In this situation, as adults, we experienced it, and we had a new dimension in our daily lives. The interesting thing is we are facing here, the generation go to school before pandemic. They lived in this software world, and this world wasn't new for them compared to the adults. So the general adaptation of the students before the pandemic is not harder compared to the teachers. And this is the reality of now, but the school and nor families didn't realize the importance of it, or they neglected it. when pointing out the place of this, we are facing a new reality. This generation now, apart from physical world, they live in also a software world, and in the future, they will continue living in a software world. This education system, realizing this reality, they should have some solutions and aspects. In this perspective, they should be prepared for this new world. In other words, as living people and the children now, but the adults in future, they will not face only these physical world problems, but they will also be engaged with the problems of the software world. This education system should prepare them to live in their own time. Pandemic didn't only taught us that these are the necessities of this new education system. And new generations, world, physical objects and people, there are new artificial intelligences, and it should be taken care of. In common words, media and social media, new generations, they should make any new environments. But at the same time, this effect, we can call it changing. After pandemic, we know that better. Internet, Twitter, Instagram, and especially TikTok and etc. The environment consisting of these for the new generations, for their families and people from neighborhoods. And according to the situation, this is an environment that they are closer. But students, you can see they are together and everyone is looking at their own telephones, even though they are together physically, but they are neglecting each other. This situation, who are engaged, making new challenges to the education engagers for 10 or for 15 years, it's not enough to use the solutions before, and they could make bigger problems. Using digital options and opportunities it's not enough. It showed us that school building is not enough for the school education place. Education should get use of artificial intelligence and the digital tools. It should have the dynamic character. The new generation's world, and according to a situation, is not limited, but it's from another point. They are directed from other people.
Amaçlar etrafında olup yok olarak ilgileri üreterek yönetmesi şeklinde tayin ediyor. Dolayısıyla eğitim ile iştigal edenlerin bu meydan okumalarla karşılaşarak tercümeyle alakalı.
Is there a problem in regards to translation? Okay. And therefore, those who are in the education sector have to face these challenges and deal with them appropriately and control these dynamic procedures. And if they fail to do so, they should give the capabilities to students to deal with these dynamic changing problems. It is widely used in English. Instead of know death, know-how should be prioritized. And this know-how by itself has depth which should be focused on. Therefore, in regards to this, we should point our focus towards with softwares and the virtual world it created. It is as large as the physical, actual world, and in next generations seems infinite. The plenty of data exist, which is the crucial feature of the virtual world. Compared to 30 years ago, today's actuality, and this is the knowledge, it is not knowledge, but information rather. Accessing the information is of no concern, of problem. But gathering information is easy. Search engines provide accountable and infinite amount of answers that may or may not even be confirmed. Problem with the virtual worlds is not the plethora of info, but excessive info. In this framework, problems can be solved with two concerns in mind. One, the upper mechanisms that will criticize the info, basically, which is the crucial problem of people and governments alike. Search engines and social media's functionality in consideration, what actuality of information accessible by whom or accessed by how should be measured in algorithms in a systematic approach, and their control should be made possible as it is necessary. If we just look at it from the legal perspective, it is not enough, but understanding and comprehending these procedures is unavoidable, as we can see it in today's world. This is more than education, but rather the ecosystem which education is also included in. Education segment in this aspect can only be advanced with precautions taken in these fields. You know, we in Turkish have a term, tying the rocks and letting the hounds loose, which would make people panicked within a controlled environment. Same goes for educators and the educated. We have to untie the rocks and also not tie people into the spot. Secondly, the second feature we focus on is the system of education and repurpose our tools in accordance. As with next generations, the current adults and their current climate of problems also need to be dealt with a proper planning and execution in solutions. Firstly, we should prioritize the movement and the action of people's physical existence and make virtual world an option, and in terms of keeping people sane and in the end morally tied to realities. Of course, abandoning people is impossible, and the challenges that make us forgo people and ignore them, we should be dealing with by taking comprehensive care and attention to people, and through tools and repurposing, we should give fundamental meaning of education a run for its money. Focusing people and prioritizing and positively discriminating the choices and availability of worlds to people and prepare infrastructure for both. I wish to say that what's important, what's more important, what's the most important are three categories. It is also can be renamed as important, semi-important, and least important. You can even expand the scale and say harmful, less harmful, least harmful, or rather harmful, more and most harmful. And in this regard, there's a valuable perspective with double value attitude, with options widespread, more than just right or wrong, white and black. And in this regard, a multifaceted approach and fundamental values perspective has to be established for next generations, newer generations rather, and provide them capabilities to overcome problems they will face themselves, and provide them capabilities by building for them ground up. Sir, you have extended your time. Okay. Then in terms of time, we may have overextended a bit. I can finish this up in 3 minutes. Thank you for the 3 minutes. The crucial split can be made from 3 perspectives. 1, existential, as it is in Turkish, varlıksal, for the oneself and its existence, for what matters to them or required to know what is important for them. And this is about identity, and individuals, oneself, should connect themselves to oneself in them and discover themselves. The fundamental questions is, who am I, where am I coming from, where do I go, and fundamentally, what principles do I have for making and taking decisions? Answering these questions will realize oneself as an individual, as a precondition. 2 is the public, the people, the community, and importance of community and how it grades importance. And there are, of course, social, psychological, and emotional varieties to this, but in social competency level, community and its fundamentals matter. And thirdly, system and occupational life, career planning. It should be considered as career planning, and educators know well that the system integration field and newer generations' inclusion to that, as they are added as an individual, a person, but also member of a community, of the society, based on their own goals, working towards their goals as, again, an individual. What matters here is that they should not be disconnected, but grown from the same root, comprehended as one solid block. This means that students should be provided opportunities for fundamental development, guidance systems for setting goals and targets in the education system, and language and logic education in education can be included and retooled for this. And I can say that language is in limited rules, creating unlimited possibilities for thought and sentences, for expression, and the capabilities and skills develop from this. That's a feature of language after Chomsky. We figured this out more, I can say. But also, in logic and mathematics, we have contextual formal thinking development. So, contextual or uncontextual development in logic and mathematics education support can be given in the education system. These areas, these fields, rely on language and logic education as well as mathematic education, which can be implemented to the core of the education systems and developed further on. In classic education, a purpose was to provide people of knowledge or information and continue to grow education system with them at the core, which relies on individuals rediscovered freely in a free environment. The free individual is developed with the transcendence of thought of oneself, and in relativity, identifying them within the responsibilities, and previous keynote speakers have also pointed this out. Generally speaking, when people are given rights, they are not given duties. Rights and duties should be considered together in the education procedures. This actuality and realization rely on beyond the physical borders of fauna, flora of people, and beyond the education systems and establishments, and also the existentialism's fundamental principles of being. Pandemic created a fact that people are together. That also means humanity is together in actions with synchronization in actions, and the existence of cooperation is possible. And more importantly, every person individually can comprehend the situation, and their capabilities and rights in these regards can overcome problems and burdens. Another thing pandemic has taught us is that before the treatment, what's more important perhaps is preserving health. And in terms of education, this means that before preparing people for employment, people should be preserved and expanded upon based on the principle of people are people, and broaden horizons for individualism. Thank you.
Evet, biz de çok
Thank you very much for your keynote speech.
I'd like to turn again to panelists, but we have only 10 minutes to finish the panel, and so I can give only 2 minutes for each panelist.
Kullandığımı varsayıp
Yes.
I assume I used my 2 minutes.
Enila?
Okay. I will make just a brief note and conclude on this brief note. Considering what was discussed today and what we discussed yesterday, I want to bring into focus the lessons learned and the silver linings that have come with the pandemic. And I think one very important one is the fact that we are resilient, that we can come or overcome adversity. I mentioned earlier that many people have suffered from poor mental health, but again, there are many, many others who have been resilient, who have engaged in positive coping mechanisms and have managed to overcome. And more importantly, I think that I know we have collective resilience, and in difficult times like the pandemic crisis, this is when we become aware once more of the collective resilience we have as a humanity, and that when we share and support and love each other, we can overcome difficulties and adversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enrique?
I have 3 points that I would like to end with. The first one is that in times of crisis, when we are facing the lack of teachers, we sometimes try to find quick solutions. We've seen, for example, many places using teachers who are not licensed to be teachers, and they are brought in an emergency license, or thinking that it is enough to know the content area to be able to teach the content area, and that's when we bring people from other professions and we put them in classrooms to teach. And I think we know for a long time that it takes more than content knowledge to be able to teach. And it is important that rather than thinking about where can we find someone to put in a classroom, that we devote all of our efforts to actually strengthen the profession of being a teacher. And I agree with some of the ideas that Carlos was mentioning. The second point I want to make is about the importance of teaching mathematics that is meaningful and is relevant to students. I think that we need to break down some silos and reach out to other content areas, reach out to other ways of teaching so that mathematics can become more relevant and meaningful to all students. And finally, a point that was made earlier is it is important that those who are making decisions are the ones who are closer to the problem. And so empowering teachers and others close to the classroom to make decisions about the changes that need to take place is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much again, Dr. Carlos.
Thank you, Yusuf. So just probably two last ideas to share from what we have been conversing this morning. One of them, I think, has to do with the realization, again, that we need to rethink the purpose of education and the way we organize education systems, which is incoherent with what we want to achieve with education. So just to say, from what we've heard from some of the lessons that were left by the COVID pandemic, I think we overly emphasize the qualification function of education. So we know education serves the purpose of qualifying for the labor market, for the productive life, but I think we tend to forget that one of the most important functions of education is also socialization, something that Tassin was mentioning as well. So the way that we actually build communities together, the way we live together in harmony, the way we thrive as a society, which has large implications, even evolutionary implications for the human race and for the human beings. So I think we should not undermine this idea of education also as a means for socialization, for subjectification, for how we form identities, preferences, ethical conducts, and so on. So I think it is very important that when we think about the losses and the gains, when we think about recovering or transforming, we need to strike a balance between adaptability and transformation. We are always, and it's good that we're resilient, I agree, but we're always trying to adapt to the changes in the labor market. We have to adapt to the changes that have brought up by the, climate change. We have to adapt to, there are many things that we might not want to adapt to, you see? I may not want to adapt to a society that conforms to certain discriminatory patterns. I may not want to adapt to an education system that discriminates. So instead of adapting, we need to transform as well. And I think we need to strike that balance between adaptability and transformation if we really want to see changes in our education systems. Thank you.
Thanks a lot again. We have listened to all participants, all panelists. I would like to thank to them again for their intellectually stimulating speeches. I have extracted some points from this panel. First, we must move to a more flexible and student-centered curriculum. We should educate students in future-oriented way, and by keeping in mind that future contains a lot of uncertainty and complexity, we should focus on social emotional skills and thinking skills. We need to increase teacher and student autonomy and empower teachers. We need to develop techno-pedagogical competences of teachers. We should provide more psychosocial supports for teachers and students. I personally benefit a lot from the conversations in this panel, and I followed them with pleasure. I hope you participants have a good time too. Thank you again for listening to us with patience and interest. I would also like to thank the Turkish Maarif Foundation for organizing this intellectually quality platform. Thanks a lot again. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank our esteemed speakers for this excellent panel, but we are not leaving you. I kindly invite the member of Executive Board, İpek Coşkun Armağan, to present the gifts to our esteemed speakers. We'll start with Professor Yusuf Alpaydın. Thank you so much for joining Istanbul Education Summit. Thank you. Now we'll present the gifts to our esteemed Professor Enilachenko. Another gift goes to Professor Tahsin Görgün. Now we'll present the gifts to Professor Enrique Galindo. And the final gift goes to Carlos Vargas Tames. Thank you. I would like to thank all of our esteemed speakers and Andres Schleicher who joined us online. It was a big pleasure to have you here in Istanbul Education Summit, and now we'll take a family picture. Thank you. I would like to thank all of our speakers. Before taking a break, we'll watch a video of one of our sponsors, Vakıfbank.
Bugün size bir yolculuktan bahsetmek istiyorum. Her bir sayfası bizim hikayelerimize dolu bir yolculuk.
Almanya'ya giden ismi yazıyor.
Naim rekor denemesi için hazır. Hadi Naim. Olimpiyat rekoru.
...68 yıldır Türkiye'nin nice hikayelerinde beraberdik. Bundan sonra da Vakıfbank daima seninle, daima ülkesiyle. Birlikte nice 68 yıllara.
İstersen sesimi bir... İstersen söyleyeyim, sesimi açsınlar. Sesimi. Now we'll have 15 minutes coffee break, and after the break, my colleague Furkan Yürük will be with you for the next panel of Istanbul Education Summit. Hope to see you again after the coffee break.
Welcome back. Not everything is written in books. Many significant steps in life are possible to take through interactions with people. Let's watch a video from Afghanistan to see how Maarif students learn to communicate.
It was such a pleasure, and it was nice to meet many different members of different classes and grades. So first, it was the first day of house color system in our school again, and we hope we need to lead, and we introduced many of the students to different communities: honesty, courage, friendship. These are communities that our members and students will be there representing them. So first, today, they introduce one another to their groups and members and communities.
It was such a good experience to be with other team members. I like the way that teachers, our moderators, took our votes for everything. We have upcoming games to play with other group members. I'm really looking forward to get as much as marks I can get from it.
Today was an amazing day. It was the color day, and I was in green team, which means honesty, and I will encourage my team to get marks so we can win.
Inshallah, next time they had a leader today, they had an election, and they enjoyed really the election, and they selected their own teams who is going to be their leader and two assistants, where they are going to be led by these assistants and leaders. As well, they have a challenge game next week for the month of October. They already selected their values, how they are going to support and work for their values in order to represent and have their own communities. So each of the students is already a representative of different communities to lead a peaceful and prosperous society.
We have such a great program of house colors, and I'm in the color red, which means friendship. And first of all, we had election to choose our leaders. Then we had to choose the assistants, and we counted the votes together. It was a lot of fun, and I think my team can win this competition from other teams.
As the leader of Team Black, I would like to encourage every student to do their best. I would like to encourage everybody to get higher points and have higher standards.
Honesty, courage, friendship. In Maarif schools, these are really important values for students. They learn how to socialize and how to become a part of their community, which is really crucial for effective communication. Their school life is also a significant part of their social life. And Maarif teachers are making great efforts to develop these skills. We are grateful for that. Now it's time for the second panel, called Differentiated Education. Adapting to digital age basically requires acquiring and employing qualified digital skills. In digital-based environments where individual learning differences can be tolerated. Personalized adaptive education models are also a part of differentiated instruction. The reflections of metaverse, which is a contemporary concept, on education is also an important discussion topic. In this session, the multidimensional assessment of students, the effects of gamification on education, improving the quality of digital materials, and the effects of virtual developments in the digital world on education will be discussed. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. Christopher Didi, Professor of Educational Technologies at Harvard University. He's a co-principal investigator of the National Artificial Intelligence Institute in Adult Learning and Online Education. In 2007, he was honored by Harvard University as an outstanding teacher. Professor Didi will be joining the discussion via video. Please welcome Anatoly Oleksienko, Professor of International Comparative Education, University of Hong Kong. His work mainly focuses on the internationalization of higher education in post-Soviet and developing countries. His book, Global Mobility and Higher Education, won the Best Book Award given by Saya Study Abroad. Welcome, Mr. Oleksienko. Please welcome Irfan Erdoğan, Dean and Professor of Educational Sciences at Boğaziçi University. He represented the Ministry of National Education at the European Language Passport meetings organized by the Council of Europe in Strasbourg. Also, he pioneered the organization of the 17th National Education Council. Welcome, Mr. Erdoğan. Please welcome Eleni Wilson, Professor of Educational Sciences from Cambridge University. Wilson was awarded a Salters Medal for chemistry teaching. She has also received 2 career awards for teaching in higher education. Welcome, Professor Wilson. Please welcome Buki Yusuf, educational consultant and leadership coach, London. She participated in EdTech 50 Schools and BET Awards programs as a jury member and served as an education board member on the Innovate My School platform. Welcome, Ms. Yusuf. For the moderation of the panel, I kindly invite Uğur Sak, Professor of Gifted Education at Anadolu University. Sak is a board member of the Asia-Pacific Federation of Giftedness, the European Talent Support Network Qualification Committee, and the International Society for Student Study of Creativity and Innovation. The floor is yours, Professor Sak. I wish you a fruitful panel.
Tamam. İlk önce Christopher başlıyor değil mi? Tamam. Açık mı? Good morning. Welcome to our session. As in other panels, this panel is also structured in a way that I will ask 3 questions to our participants, to each participant, and then I will make a little bit comment on each talk. First, we will start with Professor Christopher Didi with video conferencing, and then continue with our participants. Okay, we can start with the video conferencing.
Remote online learning really had a dramatic effect during the pandemic. Once or twice in people's lives, they go through what's called a sea change. The world shifts so dramatically that nothing is the same as it was before. For example, that helps people practice sophisticated interactions by experiencing those with virtual people. And you learn to negotiate and make your mistakes with virtual people before you have to do this with real people. So AI is doing two kinds of things. It's making it easier to present students with really deep, interesting information and experiences, the AI assistants, the performance simulations. And then on the back end, you have the sophisticated analytics that I talked about earlier, the data streams that are coming, and AI in near real time can provide students and teachers feedback on how they're doing. So if you put all this together, it's really personalization at scale. And by personalization, I don't mean just adapting to the individual. Oh, you got this one right, so here's the next one. Oh, you got that one wrong, so here's the next one. I mean students having voice and choice as well as adaptive instruction so that they're shaping what they are experiencing from a learning perspective and when and how it's being presented. This is a really exciting opportunity for education, and I'm happy to be part of a team that's working on trying to understand what AI could contribute. But we always need to keep in mind that what AI is good at is reckoning, which is a small part of education. And teachers and educators emphasizing human judgment is crucial to getting a good future with AI.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Dede. As he is not here, I am thanking him, on behalf of him. I just want to point out a few ideas that Professor Dede underscored. The first that took my attention was a problem with remote learning, that is lack of classroom interaction. And he highlighted that the importance of classroom interaction and suggested the more media we use, the more students find a way to interact with each other or to get interaction. In the rest of our session, I will keep going with our participants. First, Professor, let me take my glasses. First, with Professor Anatoly Oleksienko. Is it correct? Anatoly Oleksienko? Okay, great. And then with Professor Wilson and Buki Yusuf. And the last, Professor Irfan Erdoğan, if that is okay with you. Okay, great. Okay, let's start with Professor Anatoly Oleksienko. You have 12 minutes, 1 or 2 minutes flexibility at most, and then I will make a comment for 1 minute, that's it. Okay, right.
First of all, I'm privileged to be here at this international forum, and I would like to thank the Turkish Maari Foundation for giving me a chance to share some of my ideas, thoughts, as well as learn from so many participants and countries and cultures, and that's something that I've always enjoyed in my learning career, I would say, not academic career, but learning career. Over the past 2 years, I collaborated with researchers in 7 countries: Bangladesh, Cambodia, Colombia, India, Kazakhstan, Uganda, and Ukraine. Ukraine is my home country, and in a way it was easier for me to understand my own culture when we interviewed administrators and academics in Ukraine, but also I didn't know about other cultures, so I invited researchers from my network, professors who were teaching, working in teaching colleges, universities. We interviewed over 40 senior level and middle management level administrators to understand how they cope with the model or approaches in crisis management. We had participants from public universities as well as private universities. We interviewed faculty members from different disciplines, and we also had representatives of male and female academics and managers. So in general, we observed some differences in terms how public and private universities approached crisis management. Private universities had no time to postpone. They had to react very quickly because in a way private universities had to be thinking about the bottom line. They had to be cognizant of costs and support to students. In public universities, we also saw interest and care and commitment, but managers, academics in public universities often remarked about insufficient resources or time that they had to wait for decisions coming from somebody else, from upper levels of decision making. So they had to, all of these administrators were responsive, were caring people, but the institutional agency itself sometimes varied in terms of how quickly and how flexible these institutions were. Sciences suffered more, or professors and students in sciences suffered more because they had limited access to laboratories and clinics and so on. So when we think about the future of teachers who will be joining classes in the next 5-10 years, we should remember that they may have had less access to the tools and instruments in science, in particular I would argue in biomedical sciences. Females definitely suffered more, where, especially in traditional societies, they were regarded as being more responsible for their families, their children, for their elderly parents. And students actually were, female students were also more affected as they were often kept home with their families as supporters for the vulnerable parents and siblings. So when we look at this kind of framework, we also try to understand what were the commonalities or what were the lessons that we could draw from those experiences of academics and administrators. So in general, I would say there are three major types of learning that would be good to think about. And there are three problem areas which are something to really reflect more on in the future. I'll try to cover them shortly because of the limits of my time. So the major learning types are individuated learning, organizational learning, and higher learning. When I say individuated learning, I primarily mean the differences in learning styles, situational as well as contextual variables involved in terms of how students are positioned in their households, in their communities, in their institutions, as well as how the social construct admits the idea of individual rights or responsibility. And so individuated learning is a lot of that personalized on the one hand, but also very related to how the identity of an individual learner is constructed in the social and cultural context. The second type is primarily about learning how to organize. If we want the future students to be able to be more independent, more autonomous, more self-organized, they need to learn those skills. So organizational learning is very important in the current curriculum in terms of how much of that responsibility we give away in the classes or empower students for really being responsible for themselves, first of all, and then for their vulnerable members of the community or family. Higher learning, when we talk about higher learning, it's not about moving into the levels of education. It's not about really getting more credentials, better certificates, better diplomas, better degrees. Higher learning in this regard is primarily about enhancement of those spiritual, emotional capacities to handle crisis and being able to manage the uncertainty and sustain themselves in addition to sustaining the closest people who might need support, who might need more support, those who are more vulnerable, who are disadvantaged, and who need everyday care. In this context, social distancing itself, which became a term or norm to some extent, should be really reflected or rethought more often on. So in a way that that distance, which sometimes is needed, should not really become a philosophical or moral concept. The distance itself is not a perfect way of handling crisis. Although we enjoyed many conferences online and teaching online, but yesterday we had a great event, gala dinner event, and which reminded that how good it is to be together and share and see people sharing meal, smiles, listening to music. It's a very different experience, right? So from that point of view, I'd say this differentiation in terms of where we are, what we do, really matters in terms of how much of the critical thinking we engage when we are given these kind of opportunities. A little bit of time. Yeah. So 3 problem areas, and that's, I would point to these kind of general terms. First of all, it's values. The second one is agency, and the third one is knowledge making. So in terms of values, it's about making choices between empathy, charity, sacrifice on the one hand, and selfishness, greed, anger, aggression, xenophobia on the other hand, right? So it's kind of ability where you belong. We saw this movie, a clip from Afghanistan, where children learn the values of honesty, courage, friendship, which is a perfect example how the values should be taken into consideration, emphasized. But sometimes we saw that all these kind of values and beliefs are not there, are not in the system. And that's what we observed also in our study, which I mentioned in the very beginning, that the institutions that didn't have enough of that engagement with the faith, with even faith in finding solutions or faith in human ingenuity, that these institutions were much weaker in terms of how they responded to crisis. Agency is also about making choices. It's about self-determination, but self-determination for the right ends of what we are doing, right? It's kind of like some people have a lot of energy and desire to get it invested, but if the values are not on the right side, a lot of that activism might be not really useful for the society, for the community, or institutions. Knowledge is, especially in the post-truth age, knowledge really becomes something very essential for personal as well as communal and institutional survival. So we know that pandemic was taking place among many other crises in many societies. All kinds of other crises were taking place at the same time. So knowing how to work within your society, within your community, under this confluence of many crises at the same time, required ability to really have good research skills, to communicate with major stakeholders, learn from them, analyze, but also synthesize the data that would come out, but also ability to listen to what is right and what is wrong, when even scientists didn't know what is right and what is wrong. So, you know, that kind of knowledge making would require a lot of good judgment, and critical thinking in particular is really an essential skill that we found was really important for academics, administrators, and students, the future of our institutions and communities. So these are some key points. In general, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Oleksienko. The three types of learning just took my attention: individuated learning, organizational learning, and higher learning. I would like to ask a question at the end, in the second part of this panel, but not now. And thank you for using time. The third panelist, Professor Wilson, please.
I'd just like to start by saying thank you so much to the Marif Foundation for inviting me to this wonderful conference. I've met so many amazing people. I've extended my own networks, and I've got to meet people who I probably wouldn't have had a chance to meet otherwise. So thank you so much for that. Thank you. I'm positioned on the bridge between research and teaching. I'm in a faculty where teaching is celebrated. And I class myself as a teacher. And I've met some wonderful teachers. Uzma, yesterday your presentation was superb, okay? And I think that's from my initial response. It seems to me that Marif values teachers beyond anything, and that for me is superb. So I want to define differentiation as looking at this problem as we move forward in terms of the macro level, people in policy, what you could do to help us move on, people in school systems who could think about solving the problems immediately, and more particularly, people at the micro level who, on a day-to-day basis, are the people who really make a difference in education. That's the teachers on the ground. They're the people who are going to take your policy and make them work in classrooms and change children's lives. So for me, they are the key people. So how then, moving forward, can we do something about that? But there's another dimension I want to think about too, and that is the short term. We need to do things now, but we also need to be thinking more longer term. And those two ideas need to be going along concurrently in the macro, meso, and micro level. So I wanted to just summarize, I think. I've been very lucky to have been able to work in amazing situations. I spent a long time working in Kazakhstan, working with teachers, developing teachers. And I've worked with teachers in Romania who are helping Roma children out on the Moldovan border. We're now working in Japan on lesson study. So I've been so privileged to have had access to all of those amazing people. But you know what I find? Teachers are the same the world over, wherever. They care deeply about the children in their classes. And for me, that's the connection. And helping them to do their job really well has to be our main priority. Now, the bottom line that I'm hearing from all of the sessions is that education has been severely disrupted. There's no doubt about that. And that the most disadvantaged are the people who have suffered most. So our energies ought really to be focusing in on trying to bridge that equality gap, which has got bigger. Helping teachers to be able to work on a day-to-day basis with the children that they come into contact with, and giving them the skills to be able to respond to their specific needs in their specific context. So having a learning loss score, whilst it's great for the ministers, it's no use at all. It's not nuanced enough. It isn't detailed enough to help a classroom teacher. So my plea to you would be, please don't beat teachers up with learning loss scores. Trying to do that in Kazakhstan has proved very difficult. It's very difficult to measure it accurately. Yes, you can say we've got, a learning loss of 3 weeks or whatever, but how have you collected that data? How reliable are the data tools that you've used to collect that data? Have it on your files and put it in a league table if you must, but please don't beat teachers up with that. Let them move forward and try and help them to actually change the situation that they're in from where they're starting from. So I would like to say, to celebrate all teachers, all of the teachers in this room, and all of the teachers around the world. Please, can we celebrate teachers? I've heard stories about how your teachers have trained themselves yesterday in Tanzania. In England, our teachers sorted the problem out. They got online, they learned how to use Zoom and Teams from no baseline at all. They produced resources that they shared with everybody else. They collaborated. They found laptops for children who came from homes who didn't have laptops. They found internet connections and set up Wi-Fi for. They did that all on their own. They stepped up, came from the bottom up. And it was just remarkable. And the stories you're telling me are the same the world over. Teachers stepped up. When it came to the crunch, they stepped up. They implemented a rapid change in how we have to teach. They did that, and they have to be celebrated for that. They also collaborated with parents. And parents in England were really shocked at what teachers have to do. They were really shocked at how good teachers were, because teachers, this morning I'm with Carlos all the way, teachers get a bad deal sometimes, and they're criticised for not doing their job well enough. The views of the parents in England changed dramatically in the middle of the pandemic. So I think I'd like to celebrate the teachers, but I'd also want to just share a little bit of research that I'm doing myself with my PhD student on teacher retention, and Carlos mentioned that this morning. During the pandemic, there was a real sense of camaraderie of everybody in it together, if you like. Everyone pulling together to get the children taught in the best way possible. So there was a real closeness. Everyone felt part of a really important team. The relatedness was really strong. Now that we've started to go and try and get back to normal, and I agree with Carlos on that too, we mustn't try and get back to normal. We must look forward and build on all of the things that we've experienced. By going back to normal and trying to get our teachers to do hundreds of things during the day, what we're finding now is the retention rate is really low. A lot of teachers, particularly in their first 5 years, are now leaving teaching, which is tragic. And my PhD student has been interviewing several of them, or quite a few of them, in London schools. And what is coming out there is it's not salary that they're leaving. It's nothing to do, the workload is a sort of a big, broad term. In fact, the thing that they've said mostly that's driving them out of teaching is the lack of feeling valued, feeling relating to your colleagues, having time to work together in that collaborative way that they did during the pandemic. They also need to feel competent, and they also need to have autonomy. But the key point for the teachers in London was this lack of relatedness in their departments when people were so busy. So I've been asked to do 3 things today, and my second thing was I was asked to address how to compensate for learning loss, particularly in science education. Now, on the short-term basis, I think we need to include all of the dimensions of learning that value social and emotional learning. That was another finding from the OECD report, that access to connectivity and inequality was key, but the social emotional learning, the being away from peers, the being away from other humans, has really taken its toll. So I want to appeal to science teachers to not worry about cramming children full of facts, standing in front of the classroom and telling them everything, because you're trying to cover everything. But to go back and look at all of those great skills that you have as a science teacher, of working together, of looking at how the children feel about science and how they collaborate together in the classroom. So on a short term, don't forget all of those good things. Don't be driven into covering the curriculum model. On a longer term, what I would really like to do for the policymakers to consider, and the learned bodies in science, to rethink the curriculum, to rethink the science curriculum to make it more relevant to people's lives. Are we going to include in the curriculum, how do pandemics spread? How do viruses spread? How can we stop that happening in the future? Things that are directly relevant to children's lives. They need to be uppermost in the curriculum. In their chemistry lessons, they need to be learning about global warming. They need to be learning about looking at data, using data, secondary sources to make value judgments, and to use empirical data to configure an argument. All of those things can be squeezed if we go back to the old way of cramming content. Okay? The other thing I think I'd like to appeal to the people who have money is, can we create systems where we can curate all of those videos that you've created, all of those resources that you've got together during the pandemic? Where are they now? Lurking somewhere. Is there any way we could bring that together in a way that was searchable for everyone, that we can share, we can bring that out, and that oneness that the minister from Cameroon talked about the other day, that we can build on that, and that we can create an environment where we share. But the structure isn't there. It's difficult to share that if you haven't got the infrastructure, and that may need some resourcing. But I think it'll be lost in the ether if we don't capture it. And then I think what I'd like to appeal to the teacher networks is to try and extend those networks. You've created networks here. You're part of a family of networks. Do you use that to the maximum? How could you use that? How could Christopher share the stuff that you did with your teachers more widely within the family? So creating horizontal networks where you can share easily would be a really good thing to think about. Creating a community of practice, perhaps within subject areas or within middle leadership layers or whatever is most sensible for your organization. But to try and spread that knowledge that you've got throughout the organization could be done quite easily, I should think. And it maybe could facilitate in the short term sharing these resources that you've got already. I'm particularly interested in teacher research, teachers researching their own classrooms and validating approaches, creating their own resources and evaluating them and assessing them. So in one of our colleges, Hughes Hall, we have set up a CamTree web-based platform, and it's for teacher research exchange. And we're going to try and make that go globally. We have, at the moment, an Islamic teachers site, and a young teacher there has set up resources, and she's networking throughout the world. The website's very straightforward. I hope you don't mind me plugging this. It's open source and it's for everybody. So I feel that it feeds into your values. It coincides with the way that you want to share. It's just CamTree, C-A-M-Tree.org, and that'll take you straight there. And if you contact the administrator or do it through your organization here to create your own web page, it would mean that you have a structure there that you would administer. It's your own site, but you could share then some of these wonderful resources that people have created more widely within the organization. And then I'm almost finished. The third question that I was asked to look at was to reflect on the digitalization, transformation and digitalization. I think digital tools have just freed us up. They're just amazing. They have made our lives so much easier. Particularly as chemistry teachers, we've got amazing augmented reality video that we can use to illustrate abstract concepts that the children can't visualize. But they're not going to ever replace teachers. I'm convinced of that. In my lifetime, I am not going to see an AI system where you can sit a child down in front of the computer and leave them to it. They tried it in the Netherlands. They did a big research project, and the children have said when they've come back to school, the best bit about coming back to school is seeing their friends again. We're human. We need to interact with other humans. So digital tools are great. They are going to really make our teaching so much richer, but they're not ever going to replace us. But we have to be careful about the tools that we use. Are they fit for purpose? And I think as a teacher, that's part of your own assessment of what you're going to do. Is this tool appropriate for this particular setting? And think about the ethical dimension. Is it okay to have a band around your head which uses brain waves to measure engagement? That's going on at the moment in a country which you probably know, but is that ethical? Is it going to help you to know about their learning any better? It's supposed to measure engagement and attentiveness. But if you're a scientist, you'll be asking critical questions like, how robust is the evidence? How good is the data? How good is the connectivity there to their head? To send this information that you've collected, this data, straight out to the parents without any, that just strikes me as we need to question that. So any of these tools that we bring on board, we need to look at how they're going to be used, and is it going to enhance the learning of the children? Okay.
Professor Wilson?
About nearly 1 more minute.
1 minute.
Just one. That's all I need.
Yeah.
1 more minute.
Only one.
Yeah. This is my dream, okay? And this is across, sorry, my dream, sorry. Honestly,
this is for you.
I won't have any more 2 minutes. I don't need it.
That is for you.
My dream is to get the macro, meso, and micro levels together and have what I'm calling a moon landing approach. You know, when everybody put every penny they had into sending a rocket to the moon, because it was so important. This is so important. Let's get digital tools to be absolutely the thing that we've developed. Because MOOCs are great, but they do not actually, they're good for people who already have access to education. They're not going to help the disadvantaged. And they don't have the right content there. And I will write this up and put it in the notes to put in your book, but we need to have the policymakers having access. You need to create access. Everyone needs access to high-speed 5G or whatever connectivity as a right, and access to devices so that everyone can then have that. But we also need then people who are actually going to write good programs, but they're not going to do that themselves just in Silicon Valley. They need to be talking to pedagogues, to teachers in classrooms. They need to be working together. So we need to get instructional designers, software people, teachers, and students who are early adopters to say, look, this is what we need to do. Here is what we do, and this is how the future will be. And I'm very sorry for overrunning my time. And thank you for listening.
Thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you for honoring teachers. And Professor Wilson brought up challenges that teachers had during the pandemic and afterwards. And we believe so. Also, learning loss and how to compensate for learning loss. Actually, it's a big problem for the world. Okay, our next speaker, Yusuf.
Yusuf. Buki Yusuf.
Buki.
Yes, Buki.
Buki.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, please.
Okay, so again, I just want to thank the Marif Foundation for inviting me here. I've been to a lot of events, and this is the first time I actually feel like a genuine global educator as part of global communication, so a global environment. So thank you, community. Okay, so I have been given a number of different questions, and the first one is about sharing with you my experiences of using educational technology, or EdTech, during the pandemic. Now, because of my unusual role, I'm a classroom teacher, as well as a senior leader in a special school for young people aged 14 to 19 who have additional learning needs. I do that on a part-time basis, and I have lots of different roles with regards to education across the UK. So I'll share my first experience of using EdTech within my school. Because it's a special school, a lot of the young people, they have been out of education for nearly a year on average. So it was really important for us to establish rapport and connection with them to move their learning forward, and also to give them a positive school experience, because prior to that, it had been negative. So I'll be honest and share that when the lockdown notice came in the UK, March 2020, I was worried. I couldn't see how we could actually use technology to help the young people. And it's not because they didn't have ability. Many of them are some of the brightest young people I have ever taught. And I've been teaching for over 20 years. But because of their own needs, they couldn't automatically engage in ways you would assume young people would connect. So we had to think about how we'd make this work. Now, we had a platform, we used Google Workspace, so we were familiar with how to use it. So my head teacher did something that Christopher mentioned in the panel discussion yesterday. Before she even spoke about access devices, she asked the family, she contacted the families and asked, how are you? Making sure that they were okay, their circumstances were okay, the young people were okay, and then asked about educational technology. She also then found out and made sure that every student had devices, and also teachers. Now, I was shocked. I assumed, living in, 21st century, we live in a digital era, that every teacher, and we have learning mentors as well, had devices, laptops. Not everyone did. So she had to make sure they had access, otherwise we couldn't actually go online. Now, in addition, the UK government, they targeted Year 10 students, so students who were aged 14 to 15, who were classified as disadvantaged. They provided them with laptops. And many of the young people in my school were able to receive devices through that as well. So it was a really good scheme. And I thank the government for that genuinely. We also had opportunities, now because of my EdTech background, to train staff. But what was also powerful is when staff really found their feet with using the technology, they were sharing good practice. for no more than 5 minutes. We all had our busy lives. We had families to cater to as well. So we didn't have that much time for the much needed professional development, even though we recognized it was important. And what was really powerful is that we were able to engage families to help their child learning, particularly with the practical subjects. Things like art. The resources were sent to the children's homes, so the teacher would come online, draw the piece of art they had to model, and they could do it themselves. And the families, you had parents, carers, guardians, were also working alongside the child. Same thing with food technology, food studies as well. And through that, as Elaine said, the families were really, really delighted with the support and the learning we were trying to deliver, but they could see just how committed we were to the young people. So surprisingly, in spite of my apprehension, it was an uplifting experience. Now I'll quickly share my second experience of using EdTech during the pandemic. Because I work for an organisation that runs GCSE Science Masterclasses, getting young people who are aged between 14 to 16 ready for their secondary examinations, their GCSEs, I train and I work with young children up and down the country, just helping them revise, get their skills, get them independent and exam ready to be as successful as they possibly can. Now, there was a number of occasions where I couldn't actually visit the school, so I had to use a different platform, Microsoft Teams, no problem at all. Because I was a visitor, it meant that I had no direct access to young children. This was due to GDPR, so making sure that they were being kept safe and I was being kept safe as well, because there was no direct communication. What I didn't realize is that in my school circumstance, we connected the young people, we spoke to them, we made sure that they were visible. If they didn't feel comfortable, we could hear them, they could talk. There was a connection and engagement. With this second experience, it was, as Vladimir said yesterday, talking to a radio. I don't know if the pupils were engaged, if they were learning, if they were stuck, who was finding it easy. There was nothing I could actually do. So in terms of differentiation, it was really difficult because I then realized the interactions that you have, the sign language, the body language that gives you an indicator from the students about whether they get it or not, it was missing. And it was also very tiring. Having to just talk continuously was a very tiring and, quite frankly, a demoralizing experience. Now, I know that there are many educators and young people who that was their experience of using EdTech. And if you mention the word EdTech, they don't want to know. And I understand that. I'm an EdTech advocate. I support the use of EdTech in meaningful and relevant ways. But if I had to experience that again, I would say no. It didn't aid anything at all. The second question I've been asked to actually look at is whether coaching can actually support. Is there a role for coaching when leaders are in crisis? And as a qualified coach, coaching can actually help leaders move from feelings of fear and insecurity. Now, in addition to that, a good coach will also recognize when additional support is required. They will recognize the boundaries. So if you have school leaders who have experienced trauma or there are psychological issues that they're actually dealing with, the coach will actually call in additional support. But that also links to the coaching culture of the institution that the leaders are actually in. Now, before I continue with that, I want to pause and define coaching, because coaching means different things to different people. By coaching, it means that you do not provide the leader with the answers. It's an invitation in which they're inviting you to help them deal with maybe challenges or reach a solution that will impact themselves as well as their teams. And I also like this definition in which coaches can be looked upon as being thought partners. An accountability partner where if the leader has said they're going to commit to something, you can then check up with them to find out whether they can actually do. But most importantly, coaches are catalysts to help leaders react and respond with clarity and actions. When we undergo crisis, if we think back to when we had lockdown, I was surprised about the fact that you don't think as clearly as you usually would do, and opportunities that are normally visible become out of sight. Coaches If you can create a safe and secure, trusted environment in which it is confidential, you can actually help the leaders to actually look at what is happening now. So I can share my own experience. During the start of the pandemic, I was part of a leadership program in which I was provided with a coach. And in the UK, across the world as well, there was just negativity. But I realized it was affecting me and my role as a leader. So I spoke to my coach about that. And I felt a little bit foolish because you feel vulnerable. Because sometimes we have the idea that leaders should always be strong. And no matter what's going on, you appear that way. And in a way, I agree with that, but I clarify. When I spoke to her about how I felt, she then did some grounding techniques, which is linked to mindfulness, where she helped me to connect with how I was actually feeling, so I could actually release the negative feelings and thoughts I actually had, and then move forward and think about what I could actually do at the moment in time and how I could actually move forward. When we're in crisis, we tend to work in emergency mode, and that can be reactive, but it doesn't allow you to be strategic. It doesn't allow you to forward plan, and it doesn't allow your staff to be carried forward with you in a meaningful way. Now, with regards to coaching, what a coach can actually do are a number of different things for leaders. They can allow them to establish clarity and focus so they can identify the key actions and perspectives priorities, of what they should be immediately doing. So it can allow you, if you feel flustered or however you're feeling, to take those first meaningful steps. It allows you to operate within change and to remain calm, even if you're not feeling calm internally. Because even though I recognize we are human beings, it's so important for us we can share with our staff, and this is one of the things that a good coach will allow a leader to do. Have open, honest communications, just as my head teacher did. With the family, she asked them how they were. With us, she asked us how we were as well. And it allowed us to be honest and talk about if there were issues that prevented us from doing our role, so we had a backup plan. A good coach will allow a leader to do that and allow them to create that particular environment for their teams so that they can actually then move forward collectively. Helping a leader to remain engaged and to connect better with their teams by effective communication is also key. And a good coach can actually also help a leader know what your triggers are, so that when you recognize if there are particular things that happen and it brings about a feeling, you have strategies to contain those feelings for the time being and move forward. So there are a number of different things that a good coach can actually do for a leader during crisis. The third question I was asked to address was about gamification. And I love games, I have to say, with any particular devices and things like that. But I can recognize that they aren't always seen in a positive light. The pandemic helped to change that a little bit, but I wanted to share about what I mean by gamification. So by gamification within education particularly, these are gaming mechanics. So it could be collecting badges, points, processing through different levels, to learning content in order to create meaningful educational experiences. And that's the key part, meaningful educational experiences. You often find, particularly for early years, the games are visual, they are bright, they're engaging, they are fun, but they do not move the learning forward at all. And I always think that with a young person, every minute of their learning is really valuable. We cannot get that time back. Good gaming systems, however they are, and I've seen this within the UK for students who are being prepared for their secondary examinations. So again, these are young people aged from 14 to 16. When I've seen it work well, it enables recall and retrieval of knowledge, and this can actually help to build the foundations. Some teachers actually recognize that though maybe the learning resources are quite dry, they don't actually appeal to some young people. So they might use the game as a way to, as I say, sneak the learning in. So I can share an experience for myself when I'm teaching, say, like a class of 30 children, science. I know they haven't done their homework, they don't want to read over their notes, but you know it is important for them to apply their learning. They need to know the learning. and review it. It's really important. So there are some gaming platforms I use in which I've preset the questions. There are 4 options, and it's a competitive element to allow them just to review and recall their knowledge. Now, through this particular platform, it allows me as a teacher to download the spreadsheet, and I can see every student see the questions they got correct, what they found difficult or got wrong, then I can actually target my learning and teaching accordingly as well. One powerful aspect about gamification is that it can actually allow students to receive immediate feedback, so they can see what they've done wrong and done well and move forward in that. And as I said before, it can actually engage young people more powerfully than traditional ways. Now, one of the things I think that could be an improvement with gamification is the differentiation aspect. So some of them do this really well. There needs to be core knowledge that's actually that allows young people to review what they know and maybe apply particular skills linked to a curriculum. But if the young person knows all the knowledge already, where's a challenge for them to extend and apply? Use those particular skills that in an exam condition they find very difficult. But what about if you have young people who find it difficult to engage? Where are the opportunities to actually scaffold the learning so that they can start from where they are and move to where you want them in terms of the core knowledge sets? If you do some research, as I did some literature research, there are 2 ways in which you could evaluate the impact of gamification. And they could be through formative assessments. So these are short assessments undertaken in a lesson that include homework, quizzes, where the young people are demonstrating their learning and collecting badges to build that intrinsic motivation. Or you can have summative assessment. So at the end of a topic, unit or course, you can see what the young people actually learn. The problem with that is that if the course then you move on from that, there's not an opportunity to actually go back and address any learning gaps they may actually have. Now, for me, my evaluative tool is quite simple. One of the things I consider are, what are the things that an assessment does not measure? And these will be the soft skills that are developed. It could be engagement, it could be intrinsic motivation, it could be resilience, where students have found something difficult, but they go back in and try it again. It could be problem solving, being creative. I bet you something, if you ask a young student, how could you improve this game? They will come up with ideas we'd never even considered. That is how creative they are. But how often they're given that opportunity to actually make those improvements. So for me, my evaluative tool is quite simple. I ask myself these questions. First of all, what is the purpose of this game? And if I don't see any relevance to the learning, or the curriculum, as I say, their time is precious, we don't use it. I ask myself, which knowledge will it help them to review and apply? Which skills will it enable them to develop? As I say, the knowledge aspect normally is quite easy to deal with. You can get young people to revise, memorize rotes, not the best way, but applying a skill is more difficult. What we need to have are gamification platforms or games that allow young people to apply the skills that they might be assessed in, not as a way to cheat, but to give them the time and the opportunity to practice and go over to get those particular skills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You understood, actually. We all love game. Game is joyful. But the thing is that learning is not joyful for some kids in the school, right? So learning should be, like a game. I believe that. And I, agree with all of what you said, Thank you. Okay, our last speaker is Professor Erdoğan, and he will discuss his own ideas addressing these 3 questions, like other speakers. And go ahead, please.
Okay.
Ses çok ama.
Evet. Sesim sanırım
Yok.
ulaşmıyor salona.
Speaker'a bakabilir misiniz?
Evet. Profesör Wilson. Öğretmenleri alkışlattı. Ben de şu ana kadar dayandığınız için sizi ve bizi
I want you to applaud yourself to enduring this. Welcome all. I want to thank the authorities of Marif Vakfı for this organization and inviting the panels from yesterday and today. Going back to school theme, we very mentioned it. I hope the later panels and works, there can be a team called Going Back to Education, because this is how education is. When you go back, the area that when you go back, you find the better. There is no linear move. Going back to school is a hotline for since the pandemic. We faced it. Thanks to pandemic, I want to say something about it. About school and education, I see pandemic. I am one of the people who look for it. It's a chance to rethink about the education. We faced the roots descriptions of the education. What are they? We couldn't do that. When it's home, we brought home the education. The teacher, apart from teachers, the society, we wanted to society become teachers. Everyone can be a teacher. Our philosopher Farabi, he has a description. There are 3 types of teachers. One, teachers who are really teachers. Second, parents. And third, the authorities of government. According to those, everyone is a teacher. When you behave like a teacher, education goes to a different way. Thanks to pandemic, we saw that parents can be teachers at home. At least in Turkey, we know that many years ago, we had united classrooms. This is an example of it. This home is a united classroom for the first, third, and second graded children in both Turkey and the world. House or pandemic could be an advantage for us, because after the pandemic, we shouldn't go back to the place that we were used to be. After the pandemic, a new education system should be adopted. How home, family, parents, and society in education for both teachers or another shareholder, we should see they are the most effective things. From school to, we cannot go back to the way it used to be, because there was some problems about this education at school. In some scale, we saw now it is completed, but we passed the pandemic. But where were we? We started going to school at 9. Like one class is 40 minutes. We shouldn't go back to this place. We can lessen the numbers of classes. We can make the children have more school years. This is an opportunity. Our last crisis can be an opportunity for the education. We can see pandemic in that way also. After the after pandemic education, there should be new thinking. Actually, if we look at the history of education, we can see that in 1,000 years, there is no, there is exploration by going back and checking. We can see in many areas, Socrates, and then his for Aristotle school, it's described as it's a school that everyone has an occupation. This is the education situation now. At one side, it's literate people we are trying to grow. At the other side, we are trying to make children have some occupation. There are many examples of it. So when we take a new step, we can consider our new model. We can find it from the last 50 years. And in every reform movement, I am considering it that the thing we should not forget in this regard on the spaces. The main idea of our summits and panel, differentiated education, and in other part, I will call it as in English, differentiated instruction, differentiating in education and learning. I want to say something about this model, and these two different things, while translating, there was a challenge, I guess. Differentiating in education is hard, but it's global, but also it's national. Differentiating in national education is not okay. It is not easy. There is a multi-levels, but we want it to be, we want oneness. But the thing we will emphasize that is differentiating the education. There are some challenges and obstacles. The first one is we still giving some documents and labels. We couldn't lessen the things, lessen the burdens of the schools. It started with Jean-Jacques Rousseau and all the
Okullar daha fazla etiket. Schools tag more, inform more. In Turkey, about 40 or 50 years ago, schools across Turkey had values, had claims, and were crucial. But today, despite all of our capabilities, only some schools are valuable. Schools that are well have gathered in certain cities such as Istanbul or Ankara. We could not abandon this discrimination. I believe the biggest global crisis impending schools is this classification and tagging and discrimination of school buildings. As long as this continues, tagging continues, differentiation causes difficulties. In this regard, differentiation is a thing, but in addition, many other topics are blockaded because of this. Millions of students for school, for their desired school, are in a horse race. And of course, for scholarship, for education, I call this a war of education, a war of scholarship. Every year, education is more subjective, general, and comprehensive, but scholarship is more concrete, objective, and target-oriented in its approach. And in this war, scholarships are running ahead. Globally talking, all the education politicians are facing this challenge. The boarding school, the scholarship mentality is beyond, and differentiation is a difficulty. Of course, discrimination or taxonomy of what first, second, or third class are other things too. And people think that elementary prepares you for the middle, middle prepares you for the high school, as if puzzle pieces. But about a century ago, schools weren't like this. Middle schools were like high school if necessary. They were not labeling centers or tagging centers, but information, knowledge centers. In today's middle schooling or in high schools of today, we cannot take steps willingly. And in relation to this, as we say back to school, I say back to education and educational theory in philosophy. Because if we get inspired by those, we can produce up to 100 of models. Jean-Jacques Rousseau didn't invent plethora of terminologies for administration or maintaining or education, but all from that spiral of Jean-Jacques Rousseau advanced. Non-educational areas aren't as complex. That's why I want to say that we continuously talk about reform in education again and again. Efforts spent. And these efforts usually focus on restricting on freedoms of teachers, put students to mold with good intentions, producing new books, new programs, curriculums, or methods, all made with good intentions, but schools are put into mold, are technicalized and classified and discriminated. So they are seen like a delay spots, waiting spots. A middle schooler is waiting for high school, and if they come across some high school topic, they are put into hold by modern teachers and modern programs. Of course, this hold, this pause in education has brought us sadly to this bad spot. Do I have time? 1 minute. Okay, in this regard, many can be said, but I lastly wish to say one thing, that education should have a national aspect, be it Germany, Switzerland, America, China, etc., Denmark, Finland, etc., aside, should focus on national aspects of those, and their theses have contributed greatly. We have a globalization pandemic, a reality, a problem that we're facing. That's why we have to take precautions and measurements to prevent globalization. As with all other nations, we also should develop our own references based on our heritage and root models and discover our models for 2030, 2023, 2030, or 2040. For new education models, we have to use these references. Reference in education, globally or in Turkey, for those who seek reference, there's a bounty on the field, a great reference in project, in schoolings. And in that regard, there are big authorities in history, big schools in history, sure, big concepts in history. And if those are ignored, we become mechanical, technical, and always face models again and again. And my last words for discrimination is this, is something that you export, you import. In this regard, import models mold you. You should export instead. You should not discriminate, but be different and establish a mechanism for being different. The school, the child, the class will be different. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Erdoğan. And Professor Erdoğan criticized the concept differentiated education. Indeed, he said it is not useful. But he suggested differentiated learning and teaching and learning. Yes. I agree with that. Yeah. But also he suggested a different education that comes from inside, not from outside, right? Thank you very much. We have only 5 minutes to go. Professor Anatoly, you have 2 or 3 minutes because you took less time than others. I have one question to you, if you don't mind. It's just my, curiosity. Okay. You pointed out 3 types of learning: individuated learning, organizational learning, and higher learning. My question is this: are they associated? Are they related? How?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. Gives me an opportunity to really just to emphasize that these are intertwined types of learning. They are not really separated in any way, because again, the whole person development really is a complicated process which combines individual, social, local, and global. Given that we are increasingly in this complex world with a lot of uncertainties, and pandemic particularly emphasizes the nature of global crisis, when we cannot really be self-sustainable, and we have to learn from other cultures, from other people, and in that way just to educate one person, an individual, in such a way that they are well organized themselves to take responsibility for the complexity in their organization, in their schools, in their colleges, in government or business, but at the same time that they always feel the need to grow further. So there's kind of in the world of complexity, there's always this deception that it might be enough to know, right? Just knowledge feels like we already had knowledge before. Knowledge exists, but in fact, as the pandemic has shown, knowledge is a constant limitation. We don't know something. There is always limits in science, in what we can share with our students, what we can share with our neighbors, with our own family. I mean, even in terms of how we see saving ourselves in the times of the most difficult, troublesome times. So in that regard, I'd say it's important to grow, learn more and higher, but also being organized for individual improvement and being open to the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Wilson, you talk about lack of relatedness.
Sorry?
Lack of relatedness.
Lack of?
Relatedness.
Laziness.
How
related. Oh,
teachers
yeah.
or students, relate to each other.
Yeah.
That is during the pandemic, right?
Yes.
So how can we develop or promote that relatedness among teachers or students? Do you have any suggestion for that?
I think in a classroom, then I think the teacher interacting and knowing the children really well, knowing all of their little quirks, all of their needs, and creating a chance for them to be able to talk to each other. But in terms of teachers working together, creating a collaborative team of people who value each other's strengths and limitations and work together, and having time to be able to meet, to talk about professional issues. So a leader who creates that environment increases the opportunities for relatedness.
Mm-hmm. Any additional comments do you want to make?
No, I went over my time, so I'm...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Buki Yusuf, you can make any comments, but I have a question for you. I am just interested in that, you know. You talk about gamification is meaningful, and learning should be like a game, right? I am just interested in how to assess learning growth by gamification.
How to assess learning?
Yeah, by gamification. Okay, we want to use gamification in learning, in teaching, in instruction, right? Mm-hmm. But can we use gamification for assessment of learning?
Ooh, good question.
Because children take tests, do something, right? We try to measure them, but what we measure actually is disengaging for children. They don't get engaged in our, activities that we want to, assess children's learning.
Yeah, that is a really good question. I've only got a few minutes to answer. That would take all day, to be honest.
I want to use, gamification to
you could
measure children's, for example, cognitive growth, learning level, etc.
It simply said yes. But it depends on how you assess. And I think the quality of assessment will give you, how meaningful the learning actually is. So, for example, I can say with the example that I shared, there's a particular platform I use all the time. I can confidently say, from a particular topic with the questions I've set, the students have learned. But it's multiple choice. So one of the answers is going to be correct. It isn't getting them to think about using the key words or constructing a sentence or explaining something more deeply. So I think it can, but there has to be careful consideration about how the assessment format is undertaken. And this is one of the problems. Sometimes it's done with the right intentions, but the outcomes are too simplistic to say that meaningful learning has taken place.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Erdoğan, I also have a question for you, but you can make any comments, for your own critiques or for other speakers. You said, kaldığımız yere döndük mü?
Are we back at square one? That's my question. I'd say maybe. We'll go back to square one. It's a issue for the whole world. I get it as let's not go back to pre-pandemic. I meant in general theory of, in regards to pandemic, we're back at square one, sadly. We're restarting. We basically slept for 2 years, and now we're back at square one, same hour, same lessons, in same curriculum, with same approach to teachers, with the same mentality of schools. We're back at square one. And this is all despite my welcoming.
That's the problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and listening to us today. It was a joyful day, I believe, right? Yes. Okay, thank you again.
Lunch break. Coffee break.
We thank our panelists for their contributions. Please don't leave the stage. There will be a gift presentment. And after that, we will have awards ceremony. Please don't leave. I kindly invite the member of Executive Board, Ahmet Türkben, to the stage to present the gifts to our panelists. The first gift goes to Professor Uğur Sak. Second gift goes to Professor Oleksiyenko. And this gift goes to Professor Erdoğan. And this gift goes to Professor Wilson. And the last gift goes to Professor Yusuf. And now please take a family picture together. Bir fotoğraf.
I would like to thank all of our esteemed panelists for this excellent discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dear guests, now it's time for the award ceremony. Marif students and teachers will be awarded. Turkish Marif Foundation organizes a photography contest every year, and this year was the 3rd edition.
In the International Marif Photography Contest, students from all around the world are participating. They're not professionals, they don't have any professional equipment, but they have big hearts. It's really great to see the world through their eyes. And with their photographs, we can see their world.
And this year's theme was happiness. Students shared their precious moments filled with happiness, joy, smile, and laughter, and more. With these photographs, they also shared the meaning of happiness. First of all, let's watch the video of the photography contest.
Now we will give awards for winning photos. From 800 photographs, 3 students are awarded. As we said, they're not professional, but our jury is. The jury selected winners out of 800 photos. Let's start with third place. The third place goes to Mustafa Recebi from Afghanistan. I would like to invite President of Marif Foundation, Professor Dr. Birol Akgün, to present the gift to Mustafa.
Evet. Ne oldu? Hadi, fotoğrafı ya.
Professor Akın, please don't leave the stage. And Mustafa, please don't leave the stage. We will talk to you. Mustafa, congratulations. I want to talk to you about the pictures that you already shoot, and how do you feel right now?
Now, I have roller coaster emotions, and I'm very happy that I'm proud of my family, a city, or a country, I can say.
So what was the story behind?
The story was in Afghanistan that we know there's a lot of war, and every day there's war, and all of the country thinks that there's war, and that thing that the wall, that's the background, and I choose that that's the background. No needed, the war is no needed in Afghanistan. And that book that they are laughing and studying with each other, and he's telling a story for him. And we can, with lessons, we can bring happiness in our country, not with war. For this, that's the background.
That's great to hear that. Well, you already summarized what happiness means to you, but people just specified what happiness exactly for you.
I think happiness is a mind state. Like, I will talk with you and I will tell something bad. Then you will be angry. That's a mindset and emotions. I think that happiness is this.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Mustafa, and congratulations once again. You can stay here. And I will announce the second place. This second place goes to Rania Hassan from Burundi. And Professor Akgün will present the award to Rania. Please come to in the middle of the stage. Rania. Please don't leave the stage. I want to talk to you a bit. How do you feel right now?
My family, my country.
Okay, please start from the beginning.
I'm proud of myself, and I'm so happy, and I'm proud of Marif.
We can see the happiness in the picture, but I'm really curious about what does happiness mean for you?
For me, happiness is all about spreading love around the world.
Thank you so much, Rania. Congratulations once again. And now it's time to explain the first stage. And the first place goes to Shajar Zahra from Pakistan. And President Akif, please come to the stage. Let's take a family picture all together. Rania, welcome to Istanbul, and I would also like to ask you, how do you feel right now? You got the first stage, and please take the microphone.
I feel very happy, and I'm really proud of myself, of course, and all my teachers really encouraged me to do this, and I'm really thankful to all of them.
And what was the story behind while taking this picture?
First thing I thought, basically I thought of happiness. So happiness to me means recognizing and appreciating little things in our life and enjoying them. So this is what I basically showed in my picture.
Thank you. Evet. Please don't leave the stage. And congratulate to Shajar, Rania, and Mustafa. A big round of applause for those young talents, please. And now we have a special announcement. The teacher of visual arts from Afghanistan, Herat Marif School, painter and calligrapher Feride Hanifi brought her art pieces as well. She'll present one of her pieces to the President, Professor Birol Akgün. I kindly invite Hanifi to the stage. Yok.
Şuradan geçeriz. Çıkmaz.
Ben alıyorum.
First of all, I really congratulate all of our students, not only just 3 of them, all who participate, who send their pictures to us, about 800 all over the world. I thank them all and congratulate them for their good effort and believing in the cause of happiness. This year that we need really, after the pandemic especially, school. Give them a big applause. I had just a chance to talk from Afghanistan, South Herat. I have been only once, but it is really a good city, a center of civilization past. So the difference, especially in her eyes, how she is really working hard and showing her talents to the writing, calligraphy, and not only just 2, she brought about 25, and I promised her we will publish them in a book, and she will make some fair and presentation in different occasions in Afghanistan and Turkey as well. We support her.
Now it's time for rewarding good practices in education. Innovative practices, activities, and materials developed by students and teachers of Turkish Marif Foundation schools are evaluated by the Commission every year and presented to educators all around the world. Out of 67 studies presented as good practices in 2022, 6 of them were invited to the summit this year.
To receive the award, regardless of ranking, we invite the school administrators and teachers from Democratic Republic of Congo to the stage to receive the rewards on behalf of their schools for the best example of open school days implemented in the Democratic Republic of Congo International Marif schools. Professor Akgün will present their awards.
We'll just go there, and then I'll invite you back to the stage again. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to talk to you a bit. How do you feel right now?
I don't speak English. Teşekkür ederim. Matondo Ming.
Thank you. And please don't leave the stage. Let's move on to the next one. We invite the school administrators and teachers from Ethiopia to the stage to receive the awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of comparing Ethiopian culture and Turkish culture with innovative presentation techniques applied at Ethiopia International Marif Schools CMS campus. And to present the gifts, I kindly invite the member of the Board of Trustees, Tuba Işık Ercan. Could you please come in the middle of the stage? May I talk to you? Can you please get your feelings?
Okay, thank you. I would like to say thank you at the bottom of our heart, International Marif Foundation, because of in Ethiopia doing a lot of quality of education. Thank you again. Teşekkürler.
Could you please share your feelings?
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be among different educators, including ministers, professors, teachers from different Marif schools. I'm very pleased to be among you and to have your experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining here. And could you please don't leave the stage and a bit move there, and we'll continue with the other awards.
Now we are going to Balkans. We invite the school administrators and teachers from Albania to the stage to receive their awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of Marif City applied at International Marif Schools of Albania, Elbasan campus. To present the gifts, I kindly invite Professor Dr. Cihat Demirli to the stage.
Congratulations, and I also want to talk to you a bit. How do you feel right now?
Merhabalar, benim adım Irena.
Hello, my name is Elena. We come from Albanian Marif Schools of Elbasan campus. I'm the vice principal and also the psychological consultant. It was really enjoyable for us. This event has been really beneficial, and this organization has been great thus far. And Marif City project has brought us here. I wish to thank Efran Katlancı, our principal, and also to our dear hardworking students and valuable colleague teachers. Istanbul Education Summit has been a joyous occasion. We are really happy to be here, and for this opportunity we wish to thank Turkey Marif Foundation. Thank you all.
And I would like to thank the great family of Marif Foundation for this incredible and valuable opportunity. I'd also like to thank Mr. Emrah Katlancı for sharing his ideas and also supporting and helping us during the journey. Last but not least, I want to thank my students who were willing into creating and designing the Marif town. It was a small thing, but I promise you it was done with care and a lot of devotion. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'll invite school administrators and teachers from Pakistan to the stage to receive their awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of parent schools applied at Pak Turk International Schools and Colleges. To present their gifts, I kindly invite Professor Dr. Ahmet Emre Bilgili to the stage.
Venezuela, Mehmet Özkan.
Tamam, Venezuela, Mehmet Özkan.
Başka
Başka ne
Afganistan,
kaldı?
en son Afganistan.
Afganistan'a 2 kişi çağırmışsınız.
Mehmet Özkan.
O da kim okuyacak Afganistan'ı?
Hı hı.
İki isim yazalım. Onları koyalım. Yok. Ben yazayım, size vereyim.
Hemen getirebilirsiniz. Thank you. I would like to thank all of our teachers, but I would like to take their feelings. How do you feel right now? Start with you.
Would you like to?
Assalamu alaikum everyone. And first of all, I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to Marif for inviting us for this opportunity, and then definitely appreciating our efforts, what we are doing. In Pakistan, we have the largest number of students of Marif, almost 14,000 students. So with 14,000 students, we have big challenges as well. So, but we are trying our level best. The whole team is here from schools, the teachers, the school principals, and the head office. So we all are working together as a team, and we are trying our level best to practice good practices, actually. I'm taking it as a phrase. And so we are trying our level best together. And we want to actually create new things, and our students, teachers, administrators, they all are very passionate for the education. And this is a huge contribution by Marif to Pakistan, where almost 10 million students are not able to go to schools. They cannot access school. Over there, the 14,000 students are getting the best education from big cities to interior areas of and far areas of Pakistan. Thank you so much, Marif.
I would like to thank Mr. Berul, Ma'am Tobuaishk, and all of the members of the jury that we are privileged that we are being over here. And I would just like to recall and thank our directors, country director and education coordinator, Bura Hojam and Harun Hojam. They are believing in us and for believing in us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last two schools. Now we're going to the other side of the ocean. We invite the school administrators and teachers from Venezuela to the stage to receive their awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of science activities for productive students applied at Venezuela International Marif schools. To present their gifts, I kindly invite the member of Executive Board, Professor Dr. Mehmet Özkan, to the stage.
Thank you. Esteemed teachers, please don't leave the stage, and I would like to talk to you a bit. How do you feel right now?
I'll give it to our principal.
Hola.
She's going to talk to you guys in Spanish, and I'll be translating to English.
Estamos felices de estar aquí en nombre de la familia Marif Venezuela. Vamos a llevarle este premio con muchísimo cariño. Muchísimas gracias. Somos equipo.
We are taking home these wonderful awards on behalf of the Marif Family Foundation. Dr. Akun, it's indeed a privilege for us to be here and be a member, and more than a member, a family of the Marif Foundation, under the leadership of Professor Kamar Chaplin. He sends his regards to you all and to the members of the foundation. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us today. And now it's time for the last school. We invite the school administrators and teachers from Afghanistan to the stage to receive the awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of effective communication in social life applied at Afghan-Turk Marif International Schools. To present their gifts, I kindly invite Bülent Çiftçi and Mustafa Çaltılı to the stage. Have a big circle here. Thank you. Our esteemed guests from Afghanistan, please don't leave this stage. I would like to talk to you a bit. And let's start with you. How do you feel to be here today?
First of all, assalamu alaikum. It's a proud moment for me, for us, to be part of this Istanbul Education Summit. And Marif Foundation has never left us alone, even during the political crisis and discomfort. So first of all, before thanking generally, I want to thank our President, Mr. Birol Akgün, and all the member of board and our Salih Sagir Hojam for not living alone during this discomfort and unrest, political unrest that we have faced last year. So I want a big round of applause for all of this, the Turkish Marif Foundation members. Yes, please.
Thank you.
And as an opportunity is given for me to talk, so I want to raise my voice here that we need a universal curriculum within the future in which there should be only peace and affection, and there should not be a place for hatred in our new curriculum. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I would like to thank all of our esteemed teachers and young talents. And please don't leave the stage. We'll take a family picture all together. Thank you.
Öne çıkıp yapabilirsin anons.
Sure. Where's the hand mic? El mikrofon nerede?
Maşallah çok teşekkür ediyoruz efendim. Maşallah.
Konuşmak
Ses.
As Assalamu alaikum. I just want to appreciate the persons behind this good practice, Mr. Bura Ozler and Mr. Syed Shakir Hussain. Please clap for them. They are not here, they are in Pakistan, but they really did a lot of effort for this award.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of our esteemed teachers and students who joined the award ceremony. We came to the end of the award ceremony, but Istanbul Education Summit will continue with the last panel at 3:30. Hope to see you again after the lunch break.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahmut Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Marif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Marif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
After COVID, the learning process and behavior of our students are different. The COVID pandemic accelerated the transformational aspect of the fourth industrial revolution on education. Teachers learned how to teach online, students learned how to learn online, and the parents learned how to support the online learning of their children. The major challenges that we had to overcome was a steep learning curve and buying the necessary IT equipment. After the pandemic, things will never be the same again because the communities experience the many advantages of online education and they want more of it. Like everything in life, the decisive factor is how we react to the post-COVID educational challenges and opportunities. The solution to overcoming the post-COVID challenges and opportunities is to embrace this opportunity by following a hybrid education model that is better than just online or face-to-face. This combines the best from online education, flipped classrooms, and face-to-face education. Important design factors include more learner focus, education content, engaging content, opportunities for interaction with teachers and peers, fostering a sense of belonging, and support for learners and their teachers, including emotional support. It does not have to be expensive. Enormous success can be achieved with optimal use of resources we already have, like Google services and Microsoft Office. Every student and every teacher already have a smartphone and access to a computer and the internet. We are opening an exciting new chapter in education. The best is yet to be.
Because all students come from different backgrounds, their behavior and attitudes differ from each other. Mostly of the time, teachers face numbers of difficulties which include indisciplined cases of older students. Irrelevant questions aimed to distract peers, talking without teachers' permission, bringing their family issues into the class. To me especially, students bursting into strong laugh is the most destructive one. Method can differ from a teacher to teacher. Walking around the classroom is one of the most way of monitoring the classroom. Also keeping students busy, giving them something to do within allocated time, including attractive materials, stating the rules for the procedures and the activities, emphasizing the consequence of breaking the rules and arranging the personal time with interactive students have various ways of managing the classroom. Yes, as a teacher, I must have unique ways to maintain order in my classroom. I strive to build a strong bond with my students, state my expectations and the classroom rules clearer than before, while working closely with parents. Those are the methods that help me to maintain order in my classroom. There are plenty of ways of lessening classroom interruptions. On my side, I usually give clear instruction to avoid the classroom interruption. I speak to my students privately, and I always do my best to avoid a negative approach to the student. It is a challenge task for me to try to keep students' attention on myself throughout the lesson without boring them. To draw attention, I always do unexpected, play a game, vary participation structure and scenario. I also allow my students to regularly share their opinions on the subject within their group. Connecting the topic covered in the lesson with their daily life increase their attention and ensure that what they have learned is permanent. The use of technology is another way to get the attention of the students. For example, Women Up display a riddle work of art at the beginning of the lesson and they ask the questions. It can engage and increase the students' interest.
I believe there is a change in language learning due to COVID. Students now face additional challenges in language acquisition because of the lack of social interaction during the pandemic. Also, the use of technology has caused a shift in language learning and in education in general. This digital environment is becoming the main means of communicating and interacting among students, which requires teachers to adopt their learning techniques so they're more easily and conveniently acquired by students. Some common issues we face when teaching language are the disparities in children's language skills, thus making it crucial for teachers to differentiate their lessons. Now more than ever, teachers need to offer extra support to students when they learn a new skill or concept. We need to think outside the box and implement different techniques besides the conventional methods that we've been using all the time. A great way to do this is to incorporate a lot of visual aids in the classroom. Another great way is to connect with students on a personal level. Students do not only need instructional guidance and tailored activities, they also need to know that teachers care about their well-being. Teachers thus need to provide all the extra support for students, not only academically, but also socially and emotionally. And to do this, they need to design activities in the classroom which spark their interests.
بعضی شاگردان که هستن اونا فقدان انگیزه دارن متاسفانه، یعنی انگیزشان پایین است و این ناشی از بعضی دلایل بسیار خاص و مهم میتونه باشه که یکی از دلایل بسیار عمده که شاگردان نظر به همسالانشان، نظر به معلمینشان، نظر به مربیانشان دارای یک استرس هستند و در ضمن شاگردان متفاوت به روش‌های متفاوت انگیزه میگیرن. کسایی که نقش بسیار مهم و اساسی دارند به خاطر انگیزه شاگردان سه طبقه مردم هستند که اونا معلمین هستند، والدین هستند و همچنین مربیانشان. اینا نقش بسیار بسزایی دارند، میتونند انگیزه دهی شاگردان کمک بکنن. روش‌های بسیار زیاد وجود داره به خاطر از اینکه شاگردان ما انگیزه به تیم تشویق بکنیم. روش اولی است که به شاگردان ما باید حق انتخاب بدیم. یعنی وقتی که یک استاد، یک مربی به شاگرد حق انتخاب میده، او میتونه که به راحتی همون پروژه یا همون بخشی را که خودش دوست داره بالای از همون کار بکنه. و موضوع بعدی که میتونیم در نظر بگیریم این است که ما باید به شاگردای خود اعتماد داشته باشیم. وقتی که اعتماد داشته باشیم به شاگردای خود، اونا بدون شک کوشش میکنن که ما رو ناامید نکنن و این یک بخش بسیار اساسی و مهم میتونه باشه در انگیزه‌دهی شاگردا. منظم بودن شاید یک بخش خوب باشه اما باعث خستگی و ناامیدی میشه در نهایت. بعضی تغییرات و کوچک به طور مثال در روش تدریسی ما میتونیم اگر معلم هستیم فضایی را در نظر بگیریم که متفاوت از فضای صنفی باشه در تدریس و آموزش. بدون شک در خلاقیت شاگردا در اعتماد به نفس اونا بسیار کمک میکنه. و روش اخیری که میخوایم بیان بکنم بدون شک ایجاد رقابت سالم بین شاگردا است. در حقیقت لیسه ها اینا فضاهایی هستند که یعنی استرس ها هستند. باید یک روش را در نظر بگیریم و او ایجاد رقابت سالم است. یعنی بعضی پروژه ها میشه ما برای شاگردا بتیم که گروهی کار بکنن و در کل اگر به این موضوع بسیار مهم اگر توجه نکنیم یعنی این باعث میشه که شاگردای ما ناامید شوند. بنا به این دلیل پس باید که ما این موضوع مهم در نظر بگیریم و تا شاگردای خود عملی بسازیم. تشکر.
Founded in 2016, Turkish Marif Foundation has taken its place within the world of international education. As a non-profit organization, Turkish Marif Foundation is authorized to open educational institutions abroad on behalf of the Republic of Turkey, along with the Turkish Ministry of National Education. Turkish Marif Foundation carries out activities in many countries at all levels of education, from preschool to higher, and vocational education, and it offers an accommodation services. With the vision of becoming a pioneering educational institution by training virtuous people who contribute to the peace of world, Turkish Marif Foundation offers an education that combines the wisdom of Anatolia with the common heritage of humanity. With the slogan, "Valuing Education," we give hand to everyone without distinction. Because we know that everything begins with reading, because we know that education goes beyond all boundaries, all colors and all distances, because we are aware of our role and responsibilities in this world, for a future with greater hopes, for the peace and serenity, for the solidarity and understanding, for the salvation of the humanity. Valuing education.
Istanbul Education Summit 2022, an international platform where developments and experiences in education are to be shared. Future perspectives, theoretical approaches, practices, and policies. With a different theme every year, the Istanbul Education Summit is the meeting point for institutions and actors in education. This year, we are gathering on the theme, The Future of School, Post-Pandemic Needs of Education. The Istanbul Education Summit 2022 is taking place in Istanbul on the 4th and 5th of November. Stay tuned.
Bugün size bir yolculuktan bahsetmek istiyorum. Her bir sayfası bizim hikayelerimize dolu bir yolculuk. 68 yıldır Türkiye'nin nice hikayelerinde beraberdik. Bundan sonra da Vakıfbank daima seninle, daima ülkesiyle. Birlikte nice 68 yıllara.
Here we had experienced a 5-day teacher development program which was really effective for us, and we had experienced many practical works here, and I'm very thankful for the Turkish Marif Foundation for organizing such great programs.
Greetings from Afghanistan. This is Taiba Satari, the physics instructor of Afghan Turk Marif Girls High School. I've attended 5 days of seminar which was held by Turkish Foundation by the name of Fan Mathematics Teachers Professional Development Program. I have found a seminar such an extraordinary one because I have considering such a seminar for a while to go and boost my knowledge with the technology. At the end, I would like to thank Turkish Marif Foundation for holding such a great seminar. Thank you.
My name is Said Muad Sadeghi. I'm going to introduce our team and our project in Technofest 2022. We got to final round as a finalist, and now about our project. Our project name is Third Eye, which is a complete kit for the blind.
Okay, today you take your award. How do you feel?
Oh, we are feeling amazing. Exceptional. We worked really hard, and it was a collective effort of our school, our teacher, and of course us, our parents. We would like to thank Allah for this victory. Yes, we are very happy.
Would you like to say something?
Yes, I want to say, like, talent has no boundaries. We have achieved this award in Turkey, and we are really glad and happy.
Congratulations, both of you. So, what would you say to Marif students?
Just work hard. Success will eventually come to you, no matter what.
How are you feeling today as a teacher?
I'm feeling so blessed and happy just because of my students. They worked very hard and they got the position, alhamdulillah.
Merhaba, benim adım Huriye. Park Türk Marif H8 Kız Kampusu 9. sınıf öğrencisiyim.
Bu sene biz çok çalıştık ve emeğimizin karşılığını aldık.
Bizim okulumuz Pakistan'daki en başarılı okul seçildi.
Tüm öğretmenlerimize ve Park Türk Marif'e teşekkür ederiz.
Bu başarıdan ötürü biz çok mutluyuz.
Unë jam Atik Mustafa, vi nga Prizreni. Jam në klasën e 8 dhe vijoj mësimet në shkollën Marif që 3 vite. Unë përveç mësimeve dhe obligime që kam në shkollë, merrem me not. Noti është sportimi preferuar që merrem nga mosha 6 vjeçare deri më sot. Unë mbështetje më të madhe gjej në shkollën Marif. Ata më mbështesin që unë të përparoj në këtë fushë. Kam marrë edhe çmime dhe medalje të ndryshme. Nuk është as pak e vështirë, sepse kohën e organizoj së bashku me mësimdhënësit. Ata më përkrojnë që unë të mos shkëputem as pak nga stërvitit që janë obligative. Unë kam arritur shumë, sidomos në garat e ndryshme kudo. Në shkollë jam shumë i lumtur. Është një atmosferë e këndshme. Aty gjej veten, kam shoqëri shumë të mirë. Jemi të lirë me njëri tjetrin. Uroj që çdo njeri të mos ndalet dhe të punojë në atë drejtim që i pëlqen më së shumti. Besoj se me punë e dashuri arrihet çdo gjë e bukur.
I'm Nebaz Dushman and I'm from International Marif Schools of Bucharest, and this is my story. I've always loved trying out new things, discovering more and taking risks. I've always loved lots of things like literature, music and science, of course. That's discovering, and that's my biggest passion. My brain is in harmony with the nature. If I was to elaborate, for example, if I go for a walk, I wander around with my eyes and I take a look at the things and I think to myself, this is art, everything is in symphony. I see symphony in everything. That's science, and science is kind of art to me. Learning itself feeds my soul. I've always adored lots of knowledge and all kinds of knowledge. For the longest of time, for this reason, I've been wanting to enter a competition. I've been wanting to test myself and see the limits. And this contest that I entered was the chance for me. I entered and I gave the chance and I won. It was never my intention to win actually. I entered simply to test myself out and push the limits. I was disciplined throughout the process, and passion is the key to success, I believe. I see myself as a passionate contributor to this lovely Mother Earth.
En el Festival de la Expoferia, nuestros estudiantes exhibieron sus proyectos, trabajos y actividades en las áreas de ciencias naturales, ingeniería, tecnología y ciencias sociales.
Estos proyectos coadyuvaron o sirvieron para construir plataformas nutritivas muy relevantes donde se muestran los valores de la justicia, la responsabilidad, la honestidad, la perseverancia, la constancia, la empatía importante en todos estos proyectos y sobre todo la racionalidad para formar equipos de alto desempeño.
Some common issues we face when teaching language are the disparities in children's language skills, thus making it crucial for teachers to differentiate their lessons. Now more than ever, teachers need to offer extra support to students when they learn a new skill or concept.
The solution to overcoming the post-COVID challenges and opportunities is to embrace this opportunity by following a hybrid education model that is better than just online or face-to-face. This combines the best from online education, flipped classrooms, and face-to-face education. Important design factors include more learner focus, education content, engaging content, opportunities for interaction with teachers and peers, fostering a sense of belonging, and support for learners and their teachers, including emotional support. It does not have to be expensive. Enormous success can be achieved with optimal use of resources we already have, like Google services and Microsoft Office. Every student and every teacher already have a smartphone and access to a computer and the internet.
Ba'zida noto'g'ri bir harakatni ijro qilganlarida bizlar ularga mas'uliyat berish orqali ularni yo'llantira olamiz va tushunarli bir til bilan to'g'ri yo'lni ko'rsata olamiz. Chunki bizlar mas'ulmiz bularga yaxshi yo'lni ko'rsatish uchun. Menimcha biz ustozlar bu yo'lga bu borada o'qishimiz kerak, o'zimizni kelishtirishimiz kerak. Chunki bag'rib chaqirib sinfdoshlarni bezovta qiladigan shogird ayni amallarga ma'ruz qolgandir. Unga faqat bu amalini, manbasini topish yo'li bilan yordam bera olamiz xolos.
It is a challenge just for me to try to keep students' attention on myself throughout the lesson without boring them. To draw attention, I always do unexpected, play again, vary participation, structure, and style. I also allow my students to regularly share their opinions on the subject within their group. Connecting the topic covered in the lesson with their daily life increase their attention and ensure that what they learn is permanent. The use of technology is another way to get the attention of the students. For example, warming up, display a little work of art at the beginning of the lesson and asking questions. It can engage and increase the students' interest.
روش اولی است که به شاگردان ما باید حق انتخاب بدیم. یعنی وقتی که یک استاد، یک مربی به شاگرد حق انتخاب میده، او میتونه که براحتی امو پروژه یا امو بخشی را که خودش دوست داره بالای از امو کار بکنه. و موضوع بعدی که میتونیم در نظر بگیریم این است که ما باید به شاگردای خود اعتماد داشته باشیم. وقتی که اعتماد داشته باشیم به شاگردای خود، اونا بدون شک کوشش میکنن که ما رو ناامید نکنن. و این یک بخش بسیار اساسی و مهم میتونه باشه در انگیزه‌دهی شاگردان. منظم بودن شاید یک بخش خوب باشه اما باعث خستگی و ناامیدی میشه در نهایت. بعضی تغییرات و کوچک به طور مثال در روش تدریسی ما میتونیم اگر معلم هستیم فضایی را در نظر بگیریم که متفاوت از فضای صنف باشه در تدریس و آموزش. بدون شک در خلاقیت شاگردان در اعتماد به نفس اونا بسیار کمک میکنه.
We are opening an exciting new chapter in education. The best is yet to be.
Istanbul Education Summit 2022, an international platform where developments and experiences in education are to be shared. Future perspectives, theoretical approaches, practices, and policies. With a different theme every year, the Istanbul Education Summit is the meeting point for institutions and actors in education. This year, we are gathering on the theme, The Future of School, Post-Pandemic Needs of Education. The Istanbul Education Summit 2022 is taking place in Istanbul on the 4th and 5th of November. Stay tuned.
Parents play a vital and important role in the education of their own children, and they are like torchbearer for them.
Of course, the role of parent in child education is very important because parents, children and the teachers, they form a triangle, and each one of them should do their best.
Well, if I talk about that, I remember I took a session of doodling and tracking, and in that session there were different activities introduced, and they talked about that how we can engage our kids back at home. So it really changed my perspective, that it's not like only you can sit down and you just ask them to read. No, you can engage, you can play with the cards, you can show them some sounds so they can make up their own stories. So that was a session that really helped a lot, and it was very fruitful for me.
Of course, I will recommend this session to the other parents, because this is the only opportunity in my environment where we can learn different steps to enhance the mental health of young learners through different activities.
Yes, definitely I would like to recommend this Parents Academy program to other parents, because we learn about the other strategies in the modern education system, where parents can deal with the future requirements of their children in the modern age, where they can tackle the digital gadgets, etc., and other related things.
Of course, I would recommend this program to other parents as well, because in Pakistan we are not being offered such kind of programs regularly, whereas these programs have been very helpful for the parents in order to tackle the modern problems that students are, or that their children are facing nowadays.
The activity is called Pechakucha. It means chit chat in a Japanese word, and chit chat means like a simple talk. But Pechakucha is usually used in business proposals.
This project is very interesting because it contains both image and the present, by which it has the great ability to describe the present and what it means within the picture. So, because the picture also helps the presenter to see and express the thing within that minute.
It's different because it includes pictures or slides, and those slides are going to be explained. The pictures or slides are going to present or explain themselves. Students will not waste much time to just explain their meanings or their information about the slides given. So I think it's different from other kind of projects.
So students can, when apply this project, the students can have more confidence to express these things, these slides or these pictures. So it creates image, they can explain 20 seconds confidently. So it creates confidence and for public speech, just to practice public speech, and so the things are very confident.
Istanbul Education Summit 2022, an international platform where developments and experiences in education are to be shared. Future perspectives, theoretical approaches, practices, and policies. With a different theme every year, the Istanbul Education Summit is the meeting point for institutions and actors in education. This year, we are gathering on the theme, The Future of School, Post-Pandemic Needs of Education. The Istanbul Education Summit 2022 is taking place in Istanbul on the 4th and 5th of November. Stay tuned.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm ve çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı ölüyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahtum Abdullah Bakır, Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. ise yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bir bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
After COVID, the learning process and behavior of our students are different. The COVID pandemic accelerated the transformational aspect of the fourth industrial revolution on education. Teachers learned how to teach online, students learned how to learn online, and the parents learned how to support the online learning of their children. The major challenges that we had to overcome was a steep learning curve and buying the necessary IT equipment. After the pandemic, things will never be the same again because the communities experience the many advantages of online education and they want more of it. Like everything in life, the decisive factor is how we react to the post-COVID educational challenges and opportunities. The solution to overcoming the post-COVID challenges and opportunities is to embrace this opportunity by following a hybrid education model that is better than just online or face-to-face. This combines the best from online education, flipped classrooms, and face-to-face education. Important design factors include more learner focus, education content, engaging content, opportunities for interaction with teachers and peers, fostering a sense of belonging, and support for learners and their teachers, including emotional support. It does not have to be expensive. Enormous success can be achieved with optimal use of resources we already have, like Google services and Microsoft Office. Every student and every teacher already have a smartphone and access to a computer and the internet. We are opening an exciting new chapter in education. The best is yet to be.
Because all students come from different backgrounds, their behavior and attitudes differ from each other. Mostly all the time, teachers face numbers of difficulties, which include indisciplined cases of older students. Irrelevant questions aimed to distract peers, talking without teachers' permission, bringing their family issues into the class. To me especially, students bursting into strong laugh is the most destructive one. Method can differ from a teacher to teacher. Walking around the classroom is one of the most used ways of monitoring the classroom. Also, keeping students busy, giving them something to do within allocated time, including attractive materials, stating the rules for the procedures and the activities, emphasizing the consequence of breaking the rules and arranging the personal time with interactive students are various ways of managing the classroom. Yes, as a teacher, I must have unique ways to maintain order in my classroom. I strive to build a strong bond with my students, state my expectations and the classroom rules clearer than before, while working closely with parents. Those are the methods help me to maintain order in my classroom. There are plenty of ways of lessening classroom interruptions. On my side, I usually give clear instruction to avoid the classroom interruption. I speak to my students privately, and I always do my best to avoid a negative approach to the student. It is a challenge just for me to try to keep students' attention on myself throughout the lesson without boring them. To draw attention, I always do unexpected, play again, vary participation structure and scenario. I also allow my students to regularly share their opinions on the subject within their group. Connecting the topic covered in the lesson with their daily life increase their attention and ensure that what they have learned is permanent. The use of technology is another way to get the attention of the students. For example, warming up, display a riddle, work of art at the beginning of the lesson, and asking questions. It can engage and increase the students' interest.
Dear guests, welcome back to Istanbul Education Summit. Now the last panel of Education Summit will start. It's named Alternative Pursuit in Education. Before starting the panel, we're going to Albania. The students designed a Marif town together. Let's have a look to explore the city.
At the school, we got the idea to build a marathon, and each group built their buildings to create the marathon.
We worked in small groups. It was hard work because we all built some buildings on our own, which were attached with a group. It was interesting group work, teamwork.
It's great to build this city, and I got inspired by my family, my teachers, and my friends.
I've always wanted to do beautiful things like this, and my teachers inspired me. They showed me about some ideas of building this town, and I found it very interesting working with my teammates.
So I think this activity was beneficial to every student and every teacher of languages. Our students, we taught them how to give and ask for directions, and they all were part of the activity. English teachers, French teachers, German teachers, and even Albanian teachers got the students there and taught them how to ask and give directions. So they get to learn better when they do things out in the field.
Thank you. In the face of the diploma inflation, the importance of developing competencies with expertise and obtaining certificates are increasing. On the other hand, due to the pandemic, training online platforms has also become widespread. In this session, various topics such as the effects of distance education on formal education and students, effective students' career planning processes, and master-based leadership will be discussed. And I would like to introduce our esteemed speakers to this panel. Please welcome John Schwartz, Head of Global Business Development from edX. He is part of the team that drives edX engagements with prospects and partners, including foundations, NGOs, corporations, and governments, both local and international. Welcome, Mr. Schwartz. And please welcome Scott Sherman, Global Head from Coursera for Campus. He served as the founding Chief Operating Officer of the Berkeley Resource Center for Online Education. Welcome, Mr. Sherman. And please welcome Kemal Sayar, Professor of Psychiatry from Marmara University. He was a visiting professor at McGill University from the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey. Welcome, Mr. Sayar. And a professor of educational psychology and teacher training from University of Peshawar, Pakistan. Please welcome Syed Munir Ahmed. He has authored and co-authored approximately 50 national and international research articles. Welcome, Mr. Ahmed. And I would like to invite the president from African Development University. Please welcome Kader Kaneye. He founded the African Development University, the first non-profit university to prepare Niger and Francophone Africa's most talented youth design and lead their nation's development as ethical and influential leaders in the public. Welcome, Mr. Kaneye. And finally, to moderate the panel, I would like to invite Ömer Avcı, Professor of Adult Education from Istanbul Medeniyet University. He is part of the African Development University, the first non-profit university to prepare Niger and Francophone Africa's most talented youth design and lead their nation's development as ethical and influential leaders in the public. Welcome, Mr. Kaneye. And finally, to moderate the panel, I would like to invite Ömer Avcı, Professor of Adult Education from Istanbul Medeniyet University. He has been a member of the faculty in the Department of Lifelong Learning and Adult Education in a College of Education at Istanbul Medeniyet University. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are all, or at least some of you are tired and probably bored listening to long speeches. I'm not saying that the speakers were boring, not at all. Not at all, but you know, this the nature of learning and listening. So we know that when it's the time, you know, it takes long, the teacher takes long, the students get bored. So in the break time, with some of our speakers, distinguished speakers, we talked about the format. So, and then we agreed on at least a couple of, with a couple of them, how to proceed and what to do about the session. And and then we said, let's differentiate the session. So this would be a differentiated session, which means each speaker will do his part, his speech. I will direct a couple of questions, but it's up to them whether to give you know, a speech about those questions, or some preferred to do a Q&A session, like question and answer. So the audience, you can ask, you can direct questions to the speaker, and then so that the speaker can answer. And this would be more interactive and less boring, hopefully. So, let's start with Mr. Schwartz. Yeah. And, excuse me. Yeah, I have prepared 3 questions, but you know, you don't have to adhere to those questions. So, what role do MOOCs play in the current educational system, and do you think it's a promising alternative structure in education? And my second question, do you think distance education system served an alternative to face-to-face education during the pandemic? And the third one, what do you think is the role of certificates in the future of vocational education? And there's all very boring questions.
Not really. At first, I just want to say how amazing it is to be here with so many people from so many different countries. I was just telling Scott and some people at lunch that this was always on my bucket list of countries to come to. And I will tell you that the hospitality and the people that we've met and the culture and especially the food has been overwhelming. So I just really appreciate it. You know, I probably come at this whole MOOC thing and online learning from, you know, a slightly different perspective. In the current educational system, online learning is critical. I mean, the whole idea of providing this incredible content and democratizing education and making all of this content available to anybody, anywhere in the world, regardless of socioeconomic status, of religion, of geography, you know, to me, it just feels right and important. And, you know, I think that it's imperative that those of us that are in academia or in parts of academia embrace the importance of it. You know, I always like to tell this story. If we think about, you know, 10, 15 years ago, if I said to any of you, hey, Harvard and MIT are going to offer their content, the same courses that a student gets, to anybody, anywhere in the world for free, people would have thought you were crazy, right? I mean, that was only 10 years ago. You fast forward to today, and between Coursera and edX and the other great platforms, there is now tens of thousands of courses from the most preeminent institutions and enterprises on the planet. So what role do they play? Critical. We are now opening up the lifelong learning ecosystem to anybody, anywhere. And we are closing off that gap of people that were, one, smart enough to get into those elite schools and could also pay for it. So again, you know, in our current educational system, the need to embrace and grow and use it as a tool is critically important. The second question, you know, do you think distance education systems serve as an alternative to face-to-face during the pandemic? When I had to read that question many times. Of course it did. There was no option when in less than 3 weeks, tens and hundreds of millions of people flipped a switch and went online. You know, Scott and I, and I'm assuming we both did the same thing, for years prior to the pandemic, we were evangelizing. We were talking to people about the value of online education and digital disruption. And you can imagine the pushback, people not believing how it was going to develop and how it was going to impact people. But the pandemic, as terrible as it was an inflection point. I don't know anybody around the world that didn't have to use some type of online learning, which leads me to higher education. If it wasn't for the things that we provide and the content we provided, tens of thousands of learners would not have been able to continue. If you think about all the courses between our two platforms brought into the university system globally, professors didn't have time to make all these classes online, so they were able to take existing classes in data science, data analytics, AI, machine learning, leadership, and infuse it into their curriculum so those learners could continue with the least amount of disruption. Now, I know it wasn't a perfect system for everybody, and it was very clear listening to the ministers yesterday, the challenges. I myself have 3 children at the time under the age of 13. Online learning was incredibly difficult. Teachers were not prepared, nor should they have been prepared, most importantly, to teach online. But they did the best they could. And I know we were lucky because we had internet connection, but for all those other countries that had limited, I think our collective heart goes out to how difficult it was at the time. And lastly, you know, I just want to say, and I'm sure Scott's going to talk about some of this, I think it's okay to be uncomfortable with change. You know, we speak globally around the world, and I can tell you from my own experience, which is pretty vast at this point, no educational system, no university, no K through 12 platform, no Ministry of Education has figured this out. It's incredibly challenging. This is brand new to the whole world of lifelong learning, but it will get better. And I think when you look around the room and you have these side conversations, we are all in this together. We are all going through the same pain points, and we will get through it, and this really will make a perceivable difference for hundreds of millions of people if they can just open their minds. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. We can have questions directed to Mr. Schwartz. Yes, please. The microphone.
First, I want to thank. Does it work? Yeah. First, I want to thank you for all your contribution. The question is, do you think the concentration that the student can give while he is having the face-to-face can be same with the online?
Yeah, and actually that's a great question. you know, I think the important thing to remember here, it's not one or the other, right? And I think that's what everybody's confused by, and that's where that question came from. Online learning serves a very valuable tool on many fronts. One, it increases access. But for university students, it's a huge benefit because it gives you flexibility from the classroom that you did not have prior, right? And there's certain benefits of online learning and certain learning outcomes that are better online, you know, than in person. But they complement each other. And I want to make sure that this is really understood. I don't think anybody on this panel advocates in-person over digital or digital over in-person. It's a hybrid model. We're living in that world of being learner-centric, meeting the learner where they are, and using the tools that we have in both an in-person classroom setting and online.
Thank you. My name is Garbaliu from Ghana. My question is, when it comes to online learning, the major challenge has to do with accreditation and then also validification of the person behind the camera or behind the scene as to whether he or she is really doing the work. So how do we address this challenge?
You're really talking about, you're talking about the instructional design and pedagogy of making a course?
Not that per se, but the person received, the student, you know, when it comes to evaluation, assessment, how do we really ensure that it is really the student who is doing the assessment, not someone else, and not cheating also?
They're not gaming the system.
Exactly.
Well, here's the good news. I'm going to turn that over to Scott, who is also a former dean and probably can answer that better than I can.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting question. And this is one of the things, I work with universities all over the world talking about taking Coursera content and how can they incorporate it into their curriculum. And so this is obviously a burning question for all of these universities. And I think there are several answers to this, right? There's, you know, a technology answer, like there is the technology is getting better for ID verification and all of that. But what we found in general is the model that works best is not where a university just takes a Coursera course and offers it just standalone, and then the university gives credit, right? Because then you have these questions of evaluation, assessment, and all of that. What we see best is a model where the university actually still assigns their faculty of record who's accountable for the learning of the students. Maybe the Coursera course, in a sense, becomes like the world's best textbook. That's where the students engage. That's where they do the bulk of their learning. But perhaps the university still has a proctored assessment on their campus, then that's what the credit's assigned to. The faculty of record still has regular meeting with the students to sort of answer questions and verify that they're making progress. That's the model we've actually seen in the US, in Europe, in Asia, where universities are having a lot of success because you still have a very important role for the local faculty, but you're still taking advantage then of the excellent learning materials that a Coursera or an edX has on their platform. Does that answer?
There's one gentleman over there. Can we forward the microphone, please?
I'd like to ask for your comment on the place of the theories of Gagne and Piaget and Vygotsky in online learning. Could you enlighten us on that, please? My interest is in to what extent is the old going to be replaced by the new, or is there a position for an integration and a growth from a point?
Yeah, I mean, so I would say it's a yes and is the answer usually I would give in this, that I don't think what we're doing is going to replace wholly what's been done before. I think it's a matter of the best of what's been done before and the best of what we're able to offer together will provide something new for the students that will really be a special experience. I think a lot about this in the terms of a lot of the online learning that was done in the immediate pandemic, and this was to the question earlier about is online the same as in person, it was really how do we make the same experience that we've always had using these online tools. And I think that's the wrong way to think about it, because if you're just trying to duplicate what we've always done in a classroom, but now we're using Zoom, you've basically taken a class that used to meet Tuesdays and Thursdays at 11 in a classroom, and now it's meeting Tuesdays and Thursdays at 11 in a Zoom session. You haven't actually used the technology in a meaningful way to improve the experience, right? And so that's what I think about. How do we take the technology and actually build on what's great and improve the experience?
And if you think about, just the logic, so for example, we can track keystrokes, no privacy issues. We can track keystrokes of billions of learners every time they touch a keyboard. And we can look at a course in a much different way than a lecture and go back to those professors, instructional designers and say, hey, we see that there's a dip, after this lecture. Maybe you need to put in a quiz. But both platforms, Coursera and edX, we have what are called like developmental checklists. Because what we're trying to teach people are skill-based competencies that they can use in the real world, right? We're trying to stay away from some of the philosophical and theoretical. We need these people to learn, and we need these learning outcomes to be high so people can actually take that learning and bring it into a real-world environment. So a lot of the checkpoints of online are, based on like MIT's neuroscience lab. We go through a lot of discovery and a lot of data analytics to make sure every course on our collective platforms meet a certain threshold so we get the highest learning outcome.
Thank you very much. I would also like to, respond to that. You talked about Howard Gardner and Piaget's theory of integration into the system. So I don't know much about online learning, although I've used it. But as far as a student of psychology or educational psychology, I would say that there, as my colleagues are saying, there has been a lot of effort on integrating the individual differences, the way people and children learn, the way they interact with media, the way they interact and make sense of the online platforms, and the way the different sort of colors and shades and all of that, go in it. So, when it comes to a content that is being uploaded, that is been uploaded because of the fact that there would have been so much, underneath it or behind it that would have made sense to have, and in terms of the glitches and the problems that would have been resolved at the most. So, when it comes to having a student-centered approach, these online courses and stuff would make much sense.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, our second panelist, Mr. Sherman. I have to, read the questions to you. These sound very redundant, but bear with me, please. How did digitalization affect education during the pandemic? That was my first question. And the second one, how can the education technology competency of users be improved? And the third one, what role do MOOCs play in promoting lifelong learning habits?
Yeah, so great questions. So I would say, obviously, the digitalization had a profound impact on education during the pandemic, right? We went through a period where learning was disrupted for more than 1 billion students globally, right? I mean, this is something, if you think 3 years ago, I don't think anybody could have imagined this sort of scenario where globally, not just in an isolated area, but globally, students couldn't enter a classroom, right? And we got through this. I mean, we didn't get through it perfectly. There were bumps. There are obviously learning gaps and things that are now being worked through. But as a society, as citizens of the world, we got through this, and we did because of digitalization, right? Because of this competency that had been building for years, with edX and with Coursera and universities around the world preparing for online education. So it was a profound impact of digitalization. The other impact that I think is just starting to be sort of realized, it's maybe not so obvious, is the more indirect impact. companies just went through the same thing of moving to remote work, and that's not changing, right? You can look country by country. The amount of people working remotely now is far higher than 2019 and is expected to increase. And so now we're going into this era where companies are not bound to geographies when they're recruiting talent, right? And so we've said for a long time, talent is distributed equally throughout the globe, but opportunity has not been distributed equally throughout the globe. But after the pandemic, we're actually going into an era where opportunity could be much more evenly distributed. Because companies, like I live in San Francisco, Silicon Valley, companies like Facebook can hire talent all over the world now. And that creates opportunities in places that maybe didn't have that opportunity. And that's also created challenges and opportunity for universities. Because now you need to educate students, not only for your local geography, but to be employees potentially at companies all over the world. And that's moving to education to be more skill focused. And I think this is something that's a profound impact on education that is just starting to play out in what this is going to mean. To the second question, the ed tech skills. I would say it's interesting that the way this question is phrased for users. We have 107 million users on Coursera right now. In Turkey, we have more than 1 million learners. More than half of those million are university students. So I would say at the student level, there is no need to say educate on educational technology. Students, they're digital natives. The students that we're serving now, they get it. But there is a need to educate the faculty and the staff. And I think that's something, I don't know, at Coursera, we've been working a lot on what is the curriculum that we can put out there to educate faculty for this reality. Because I think we do have a lot of faculty who've been teaching a long time who maybe need to upskill a bit for this new reality. So that's question 2. And question 3 then, MOOCs and lifelong learning. So in the US, we have this thing we call the 60-year curriculum. It's the idea that the student who is graduating from university today should expect to have a career that will span 60 years, right? From the time they graduate college until when they retire. And in that 60 years, they will have multiple careers. And so it's really not enough to imagine that in the 4 years that a student is in university, they're going to acquire all the skills they need for that 60 years and maybe 10 possible careers. And so there's this huge need to really reorient how we think about education for this lifelong learning. And I think absolutely MOOCs have a huge role to play just in the breadth of the curriculum, in the fact that we have courses for students at all levels of ability, and the fact that students maybe throughout their life won't always be in a place where they can just go back to a traditional university. Having this available online, I really think this is absolutely critical. And I'll stop there because I've been talking a lot, and I want to definitely see if there are questions.
Yeah, now we can have questions. Yes, Mr. Yeah. Do we have a microphone to the gentleman on my left?
Assalamu alaikum, my name is Abdulaziz from Somalia. First of all, I want to appreciate the panel for opening a discussion of questions because it preempts questions and actually we can learn more from one another. My question is more of connected to the delivery of lessons for teachers through online. In class, it is face-to-face. They have eye contact with the students. They can be able to correct some things. If a student is not able to follow the lesson, the teacher can be able to recall the student. However, when you are giving online lessons, possibility is that most students, maybe some of them, their videos are off. They are online, you can see, but you cannot be able to assess whether this student is following the lesson. So what is your advice on how teachers can be able to engage learners online in a very effective way so that learning continues without disruption? And number 2, what is your advice on skill-based development on technology for teachers, and how do you think they can be able to easily adopt the same? Thank you.
Yeah, great questions. And so I would say to the first question, I agree. In a face-to-face when you're an instructor in front of a room, you can watch the students' faces, you can see who's getting it, who's not getting it. But I would argue that's not maybe perhaps as perfect of a sort of measure as a lot of instructors may think it is. Because not all students will show on their face when they don't understand, or they won't ask questions. And so I would argue that online, while different, there's going to be a lot of tools that maybe didn't exist before that might even be more effective. And then so John had mentioned earlier, right, when a student is engaging on a course on Coursera, we know like what part of the videos they're watching again, what part are they skipping. We usually have quizzes after they watch a video, so we can very easily sort of get a measure right after they watched a video of what did they get in or not get in. When a course launches, there may be thousands of learners within the first few days. So the instructors can go back and they can see, are there systematic places where students are perhaps getting left behind or not getting the content? So we actually have a phenomenal, like I would say phenomenal amount of tools that online adds that the classroom didn't have. So again, it's not the same. If we're trying to do things exactly the same as we did in the classroom, yes, there will be limitations and we will never be able to meet that standard. But if we think of this as this is a different approach, then there are a lot of things we can do. I'll give another example. One of the things that happens very often in classrooms in the US is real-time discussion. Often professors will cold call on students to kind of put them on the spot and make them kind of show their understanding. This works well for some students, but if you think about students where the language of instruction is not their native language, or perhaps students who are more introverted, or students who have anxiety, this actually is not a very good way for those students to demonstrate their understanding. And if you move online instead, perhaps you have an asynchronous discussion forum where the instructor can post questions and students can take time and compose their answers and really think through. Suddenly you've actually improved the experience for all of those students I mentioned, like the students who language is a barrier or anxiety is a barrier. Suddenly they can participate more fully in the class than maybe they could have before. And I think if you look, there are many examples like this where there are just things that are different, but not worse, maybe not better, but they're different and they're equally effective, at least.
And also, I just want to add, all the courses that they're taking online have open discussion forums. So no matter what time of day and where they are geographically, they can reach out to thousands of different people and have that interaction and dialogue and replay what they didn't understand or get answers. I mean, it's a very immersive, two-way engaging environment. It's not static person talking.
By the way, I would like to encourage...
I'll say something about it as well, because there is also a cultural, sociological connotation as well. You know, just looking at the audience, I can see some of the people, a participant dozing off, because of the fact that they've had their lunches and they've had to listen to so many of the speakers. So I can see them because, we interact with our students and I've been a keen observer. I can see some of my audience, dozing off. Now that I've spoken, they won't go, they'll be a bit active. So, the point that you have raised is very pertinent, and we have been, in our developing countries, because of the fact that, many of our students are not that serious, culturally and sociologically, they have ended up somehow in the studies that they are doing, many of them may not, in face-to-face communication, they are not serious in those classes as well. So we have to make and strategize in such a way that we have to make them attentive as well as to be able to listen to us, to be able to decipher, decode, and be able to assimilate what we communicate to them. Partly it's because of the fact that for many of them, or a majority of them, most of the content that is communicated in face-to-face communication is theory for the sake of theory. So probably that is one of the reasons. And also, since they have been, right away from their early kindergarten, they have been conditioned to be able to internalize and memorize information, and that's the only way they can understand So when we try to make them, put on another path of self-discovery, self-imagination, they find it difficult to grapple with, or to, they do not change the status quo. So that is, I think, probably one of the major reasons that when we went online, and this was my personal experience, even with my PhD students, that they would be, since there were issues of technology glitches, and in addition to that, we wouldn't be seeing their faces, so they would just be listening. They would be online, but they may have been dozing off, working in the kitchen. Female would be working in the kitchen, helping their mothers and stuff like that. Somehow you will feel someone is in the market and something like that. So, these are all, but along this flip side, there's the beauty of this is that, they tended to communicate very effectively, through media, through WhatsApp, through Google Meet, and through Zoom. There were communication increased, and that signifies the value that technology has been able to put in this teaching and learning.
Great. So actually, we have a couple of questions that we can take some more questions for Mr. Chairman. And I would like to encourage the Turkish speakers also. Do not stop yourself from asking questions. You can ask in Turkish and we can translate easily. But this gentleman, yes, please, go ahead.
Hello. My question is, I would like to thank you, Mr. Omel, for turning this to audience-centered. What you have done is right. Even when we are teaching, we don't own the whole thing. We pose it to the children and they give ideas. I thank you very much for that. So my question, they posed it to Charles, but I was not convinced about the assessment they mentioned with the online. It was about evaluation and assessment. So may I have a suggestion? The best way to assess this online is through project work. We give projects to students and then they present. So through presentation, you can see someone's confidence, you can see the articulation of the words, you can evaluate whether this child has really created something. So you can even evaluate all the Cambridge learners' attributes through presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a great idea and a great suggestion. Thank you for sharing. When I was at Berkeley prior to joining Coursera, we did online courses, and we actually encouraged faculty, don't think about doing exams as the way to assess students. Think about projects, think about presentations. And I think about 50% of our courses were those sort of, because for the students to demonstrate competency in that way, it's much more robust, and then you get out of the sort of the assessment and the integrity issues you have with exams. So I 100% agree. Great suggestion.
We're asking? Yeah. Can we have a microphone, please, here to the front?
Yasin from Marif, Romania. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm working with high school. So with exams, I have a question related to practicals. We were lucky this year that Cambridge gave us a chance to exempt practical exams. But starting with the next session, March 2023 and June 2023, we have to have practicals. Do you think online teaching can fill these gaps? Because for practical, wasn't allowed for us to enter labs for chemistry or biology or physics. So we need this interaction between teacher and the students. As well for humanities, like a global perspective, you have team project. We worked with our students to have like a project online, but we need this interaction between teacher and students. Do you think for the exams next year, I'm talking here about exams because they need these grades to go to university. So very important, this practical part, because if you don't have practical part, it means you will not get A or B or C. So my question is, do you think online teaching can fill this gap related to a team project, individual report, and practical exams? Thank you again.
Yeah, and so practicals, we're talking about hands-on. I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand the language is different. I know in the UK system and the American. We're talking about labs, like hands-on learning where students are doing like hands-on projects? Yeah, so I think that's very important. And so in Coursera, we have something we call guided projects. And this is something where an instructor will actually walk a student through a project, a hands-on project using a specific tool to do solve a specific problem. And it's meant, I think, for the exact thing you're talking about. The students, they'll have side-by-side an instructor telling them what to do, but then they also have a virtual environment where they're actually doing it, right? So here's how you download and install R. Here's where you get your data set. Here's how you do the analysis. Here's how you build the virtual, like the students go through the whole project, and then at the end, they have something they can share as sort of a portfolio to show, hey, this is what I did. There's a functionality we're building where the students can actually do a presentation to walk through, like here's what and so it's getting, I think, to what you're talking about, this practical hands-on experience. I think absolutely we can do this in online education, and I think online opens up doors of ways that we can do it that we couldn't have done before, at least at scale.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Professor Saeed Munir Ahmed, and I would like to address my questions to you. And my first question is, what do you think are the underlying sociological factors that impede and facilitate adaptation of students in times of crisis such as the pandemic? My next question is, how do you think an inclusive school culture can be achieved? And the third one is, how do you think education technology could be utilized to help socioeconomically disadvantaged populations?
Thank you. I've got my detailed, notes with me. I can just go on answering briefly, but there is this temptation to share my understanding, my experience with the audience as well. And, I would like you to come down from the virtual world that is out there with two of my colleagues and to the real world, which is up here or down here in terms of the level that we are talking about. As one of our professors the other day was saying, majority of the world is very poor. They don't have the resources to be able to cope with and get to grips with the day-to-day livelihood and stuff like that. And education for them might be a very far-fetched idea. But having said that, it doesn't mean that education is the most important thing for us if we are to be putting ourselves on the path of discovery, development, and we see around ourselves. It's all because of education. So I should have started off with, I thought that I would say, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli, and I've forgotten that. I was so carried away by the discussion and the underlying themes that are underlying. So I thought that, I should start off with something very basic, which is about, and I've written over here, many of you would have heard about TED Talks, TED Talks, and on those TED Talks, there used to be a person, Professor Ken Robinson. He talks about schools' creativity, and he talks about the fact that throughout the world, sciences are at the top, and dance and music and these artistic abilities are at the bottom, wherever you go. So he is actually challenging these notions and helping the audience get to grips with the reality that children have got diverse abilities, and it is the system that, differentiates them or treats them differently. And he cites an example of a little girl, a primary school girl, and the teacher goes past her, and the teacher asks the girl, "What are you drawing?" And the girl says that, "I am drawing the picture of God." But the teacher responds that no one knows how God looks like. And the girl replies that they will know in a minute. It means that when she draws the picture, they will get to know how God looks like. So, in telling this story or anecdote, he reminds us the sheer amount of creativity that students have, and the system that and the teachers and the social fabric and the cultural understanding and connotation, take them out of their imagination, their creativity, and put them, on a different path. The path for them is, just to memorize predominantly in our developing countries, and that might be true for, the developed countries as well. So when that is the case, then you do not tend to see creativity in practice. So the question has been about what are the impediments. The impediments, as far as the impediments are concerned, from yesterday's first session, many of our colleagues have talked about it. The impediments were that alongside this pandemic, there are other, pandemic or disasters that have hit different parts of the world in the form of, flooding, such as in Pakistan. We have had 2 severe floods, one in 2010 and the other one very recently, and that has devastated, entire population, and especially those people that were in the way of those floods. And that has happened because of the fact that, there is this global warming happening. And we have no fault in, doing the global warming. It's because of the developed countries and those that are responsible for, these emissions, due to which this is happening. And, these Hindu Kush and Himalayas, there are huge glaciers over there. And if they tended to, melt down or broke down, the entire, country can be swept away. So, these and some of the other questions need to be thought about by the politicians, by those responsible at the helm of affairs, that what sort of education, what sort of development do we foresee, and what sort of future do we need to see make for our future generation. So, what I've written here is that, when the impediments were that, everyone, as was the case for all other countries, everyone started running from one another. And that was true for, within families as well. And these were these masks and stuff like that. And, and that all of these led to, students getting into isolation and not being able to communicate with their fellows, and especially those that did not have access to technology. It doesn't mean that they wouldn't have been living a good life, but whatever was there. So that was in the case of, anxiety, depression, uncertainty, loneliness, laziness, on the part of students, seclusion, and which affected all of us. And then there is this socioeconomic disparities. I was listening to some of my colleagues, and I was telling some of my other colleagues that, it's when you become an academic, and you are in a developed country, you tend to get to a point and tease it out from every possible way. And you know, your intellectual capital is very high, but you have to be, and that is partly pushed because of the agendas of universities, that you have to have bring funding, as well as you have to write papers as well. But you have to be part of this entire, you know, human process, that you have to see, you know, what is the reality on the ground, and that needs to be given more importance. And this socioeconomic disparities meant that, you know, especially those that were in cities, they fared well compared to those children that were in public schools, and that were at the lower rank of the socioeconomic ladder. So they missed on many things, and many of the pandemic resulted in the loss of the livelihood of the parents as well. So when that happened, they did not have any choice of you know, sending or spending on their children's education. So and many of them were forced to leave the schools, and they didn't join. And I'll be showing you some of the visuals related to that later on. So, and you know, in addition to being at the lower rung of the society, you do not have access to mobile phone technology and stuff like that. And even if you do, there will be 4 or 5 children in the family, so they will each one of them will be fighting for the rights of having to mobile phone access to the mobile phone, and that would be having a huge impact on students' learning. So there are other points, but I would leave it to you know, the audience. And the positives, as I've talked about, the fact that you know, parents had a huge role, and parents came to an understanding. Many of them would have been educating their children, and those that were not educated would have found themselves handicapped in terms of you know, their children not going to school and not being able to educate because of the isolation that they were in. So but the other positives are, as was the case for us as well, that in universities and colleges, we happen to, and for those of us that were not technology savvy, they were forced to engage with their students through internet and through Google Meet and through different sort of software, WhatsApp especially. So that provided a venue for communication with the student population, and in some way this resulted in some learning as well. So these were some of the positives that I can share with you, and then I move on to the second question.
Was it the first
which is about
the first question?
Sorry?
Was it the answer for the first question?
Yeah. So shall I?
We have time, restriction. No, you can go ahead, but can you briefly?
Yeah. What I'll do is that, you know, how do you think an inclusive school culture can be achieved? And inclusivity is a relative term as well to me, you know, and many of our friends from a variety of countries. Inclusiveness is relative in the sense that you use and bring along your own culture, sociological fabric, and you know, structure as well. So the way things are interpreted and taken in and laid out, that have an enormous impact on the way you treat the children. So, in fact, it did have an impact on creating an inclusive environment for all children, but that would have been not usually the case for most of the children, because, you know, culture is part and parcel of the way we treat our children, especially in our culture, the Pashtun culture. You know, we keep our children at arm's length. We tell them that is your position. You cannot just, it's not true for all of them, but what I'm saying is that this is partly because of the role of the culture that has played or downplayed the role that children have, and there are some positives of that as well. So, one of the other dimensions I think that I need to talk about is the individual attention that is given to each student, which is not usually possible especially in our public schools or education system. Why? Because, you know, there is huge, the classrooms are overcrowded with so many students that teachers find it difficult to provide each and every student with individual attention. But there are issues of specific learning difficulties, which include, I think that has been an area which has not been given much importance in here as well. And it is relatively unheard of in our developing countries, because not many people, not many teachers would know about what are specific learning difficulties or disabilities that include, and I usually tell my students that, you know, dyslexia, dyspraxia, dyscalculia, and autism, and, you know, these kind of differences make a child, you know, difficult to go through the hurdles and the problems that confront them when they are not knowing that they are having a problem which is not a problem from their perspective, and the system wants them to bring them to a particular level. So that is an issue which needs attention of all of us, especially. There are some other points, but I can...
We'll have a second round, and then you can maybe add up in the second round. Is that okay? For a couple of minutes, at least. Is it okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Thank you. Now, it's our next speaker, panelist, Mr. Kanaye. Am I saying correctly?
Kadir?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. And my questions to you are, what challenges have you faced establishing a brand new university, and how did the pandemic affect your administration? And the next one, how do you think higher education could contribute to the welfare of the youth? And the third one, do higher education institutions provide the necessary skill sets for future jobs?
You're right, boring questions.
You can answer.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for the questions, who are great, by the way. I was just teasing you. I know I'm the last man standing between you and the end of this panel, so I'm sorry to keep you waiting here. But at the same time, I'm really impressed. I was thinking to myself, like, what motivates you to stay here in this room? I mean, it's afternoon, everyone is tired, we want to go back home. Even us speaking, we want to leave, you know? So you listening, I can only imagine. I was just wondering what drives you to stay here. And I think that's the exact same quality that the people who decided to stand when the pandemic hit, when everyone wanted to give up and wait until the end to start something new, some people decided to stay. Some call it resilience, some call it leadership, some call it drive. But I think that's what you have. So you can clap to yourselves. You really are some special people. Thank you. What motivated me to create a university, a private university? Well, it was related to my personal story, actually. I was born and raised in Niger. Niger is considered on many standards of measure as the poorest country in the world. Like even the countries in war, countries facing natural disasters, they are ranked in terms of like Human Development Index better than Niger. If you compound the last 5 years, the last 10 years. That's how they describe us in the world. The country with the highest population growth, almost 4%, the highest average children per woman, 7.9. You know, the GDP per capita is $500. That's how they talk about us. And people grow up really being convinced that they are kind of the worst people in the world, you know, at least the last. And you grew up like that, thinking I was really like part of the last people in the world. And I was fortunate enough to have my parents who really were serious about education. So when we reach teenage age, everyone drops out. But for me, it was not an option. My parents were very serious. And I studied like that without liking it until I got to high school. Got a scholarship to study in France. And that's where really my drive, my commitment for Niger came out, as I was studying economics and I was discovering these notions about growth, development, progress, poverty, extreme poverty, the relationship among the different topics. And I realized how fortunate I was to be there and how much I was spending compared to how much an average Niger person will be spending. When I got this perspective by zooming out, I just realized that it was like God took the good fortune of the people of my generation and put it in me. And I felt like I needed to go back. Because when you leave Niger, you never go back. Never. Because it's like your parents sacrifice everything to save you. So you have to succeed wherever you land and try to bring your siblings there. And then your parents, they will feel like they succeed in their life. So I decided to come back. And when I came back, I was having a very good life. And I realized that the one thing that made a difference for me was the education I had. And I wondered, how can in the whole neighborhood only one person get out of the misery? I was living in a good place in the capital city. My kids were going to school in good schools. But when I go back in the weekends to where I grew up, their kids look like what they used to look like barefoot. When they are hurt, they wait for the thing to heal on its own. No Band-Aid, no nothing. There was still no water. The houses were still mud houses. And it was one generation already. And that's really when I wanted to, I was like, okay, if we can save one person with university, but how many people can go to France? Like one? And I wanted to have thousands of them. So I thought, if I create the same thing of learning environment that I had in France in Niger, I will produce 1,000 people every year. And these 1,000 people will go back and help their villages. Everyone can save a village at least. And when you make it to the top, you can save at least 10 villages. And people can, then development can happen. But then, this is French education. It gives you good ideas, but you never execute. So I spent 10 years working as a chartered accountant, fighting against corruption in Niger. I lost the fight. Of course, you never win a fight against corruption, but I was too young to know that. And like most people, when you fail, then you go to graduate school. That's when I went to the US. I was fortunate to have a Fulbright scholarship. I went to Harvard, did an MPA. I wanted to be a politician, actually. I wanted to fight corruption from the top. And when I was there in the US, I switched from politics to social entrepreneurship. So this idea that was there from 10 years, that's also American education for you. It makes you think everything is possible. You know, it gives you wings. So I came back, started the university with no resource. I almost died. The university almost died, but I was very, very fortunate at the university work. We started with 30 students 5 years ago. Now we have 400 students, and we have so many, thank you. Thank you. And I think the vice president of Mari Foundation came to Niger. He came and visited our university. We are a very small university. 400 students like nothing. But I used to say, every single student of our university is worth 1,000 people. So I have 400,000 students. So that's how I created this. And to zoom and surf in the 3 questions you asked, seriously, I created this university because I wanted to build a human capital that will develop the country. The mission is to identify the most talented young people, the people who have potential, and provide them with the best education you can find in the world. We have Coursera for campus as a partner. So our students have access to the best content you can find in the world. Actually, from year 1, every single student is forced to go through CS50, which is an EDX course. No matter what they come to study, we want them to learn algorithmic thinking. I want them to be able to compete with anyone in the world. So they have access to the best content, but it's based on the foundations of our traditional African education, which means they learn to serve people, they learn to learn by themselves, they learn to think by themselves, and they learn to solve our local problems. The goal is not to teach them fancy things so their dream is to land in France and stay there. No, the goal is to teach them what they could have learned if they went to France or to the US, but how do they use it to solve for the people who didn't have the same opportunity as them. So for me, higher education is not an option for getting a job or something. It's an option to save this country, actually to build a new country based on what our own terms. So I don't know if that answers all your questions, but as I said, these people are tired, so I'm handing it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, as you said, these are the boring questions, and I'm an academic, and I did my doctorate on how to ask boring questions, how to create boring questions. So, thank you. And now, our next speaker is Dr. Kemal Sayar. I'm going to ask his questions in Turkish, so you might want to use the translation things. Hocam merhabalar, hoş geldiniz.
Hello, sir. Hello. I also have boring questions to you, as with other keynote speakers also had them. We'll do what we do, as always. Okay, my first question is about, ever since the pandemic, in terms of students in different levels, have there been any changes? My second question is, especially post-pandemic, with the new academic year starting, what factors should be considered? And my last question is, to support the emotional resilience of students, what teachers need to do? Of course, I'll answer them briefly. And again, do as I do, because in 10 minutes, I wish to say some things in terms of the spirit, the philosophy, and the underlying thought of education. Of course, the pandemic has been going for so long, and we were distanced from face-to-face, the organic education, which impacted students negatively. As a psychiatrist, I've seen this on the field. They have developed intense addiction for video games. It became difficult to abandon the screen. The screen dependency is a terminology which is globally recognized and is being worked on. And screen addiction, I wish to say, will be taking a long time to recover from. What can schools do? As much as possible, schools should feature digital content in a limited way and provide opportunities and detox students to prepare them for the real world and the physical life, combining them with education. As for spiritual or mental resilience, families can do many things. Resilience is a word, a concept that matters. Becoming unscathed from all the conflict or difficulties. And families in this regard should base themselves based on the needs and focus on their students more, keep eye contact, basically, with their children more. These screen technologies have also developed things such as a side effect that is the communications fundamental, eye contact, and lack thereof. That's what makes us human. In our brain, morals and eye contact are close. We cannot simply do bad deeds to those we look in the eye. Screen life dominating real life promotes violence and makes it seem easier. And these violence makes us insensitive in real life and causes many other problems. And therefore, organic hours, eye to eye, spirit to spirit, should be increasing. Should I continue from here? Sure. Actually, I considered this question as a provocative question and had prepared myself for it. I understood as such, how can the education of future be not as a technical but as a moral question? And as to answer it, I looked into it myself. In our field, we have a psychology book titled provocatively, "We are treated for hundreds of years, but the world is going worse. We have a formal schooling system for hundreds of years, but it's getting worse." What is getting worse? Maybe we should ask that. What should we add to school? What is lacking? What is needed on top of technical? Maybe we can start with that. In human spirit, love and liveliness rely on financial and a technocratic suppression. We are defined as people of benefit, and information is seen as something useful things in terms of financial gain. And our moral intelligence decreases, and our contribution to the world decreases. So, if knowledge is used as a stick to beat someone or to gain advantage in hierarchy in finances, but instead we should use it as something to add variety and good deed to the world with a positive perspective and provide opportunity to respect and show emphasis to the others' lives as an uplifting tool. Of course, ideally, this is something we all want and say, but how much can we interpret this to real life? If education can change shape in terms of before communicating this to the environment, perhaps we should reassure and contain our egos and limit our needs. Of course, in terms of moral and behavior, in all terms, it is the training of people. And in terms of good deeds and manners, we are lacking. It is not education, but training that matters, that we should focus on, where not just fundamental logical info is needed, but also emotional and spiritual support is also required. We do not need more CEOs in this world. Do you know that there's an interesting topic? Of course, it's just out the blue, but I was gonna give you statistics, but I gave up on it due to the sensitivity of it all. Being a CEO shouldn't be a goal for children. Having an occupation, being a doctor or being an engineer, and occupations shouldn't be goals of schools. A school's main goal should be to have morally developed, rightful, kind, and ethically aware and people that aim to make the world a better place. If education can do this, perhaps we can have liberty at last.
Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you. As we've said, my brother of destiny said the same thing with examples from the field. I'm going for the theoric infrastructure of it all. Fundamentally, we always think of what the world can give us to our children. And education should make us ask instead, what kind of children we will be leaving to the world? What children we will leave behind that will benefit the earth with this education? Our main philosophy should be this. Maybe, perhaps here, we should go over the boundaries, the people, whatever. Perhaps we should break our classic molds and restructure the whole curriculum from scratch. And those who are aware of themselves with alternatives in reality, with alternative thought in potential and spotlight, understanding and comprehending others' lifestyles with social empathy provided, determined but not rigid, determined but not resilient to change, and away from molded and prefabricated thoughts, we should raise such children. To teachers, I wish to say that good news, that intelligence studies show intelligence has no limits. You cannot just give an arbitrary number. Human mind can change and develop. So in mathematics, or in English, in foreign languages, or in other courses, students that fail can be especially curated and advanced, as intelligence is not static. And with our capabilities, we know that we are not born with them. With the courageousness of a teacher, the diamond of a student can still shine. So the love, the joy, the passion of a teacher can be reflected to bring forth students. Intelligence is not static. Of course, with digitalization, as with previous two keynote speakers have also said, new opportunities have been provided. Many people without capabilities or opportunities can reach so online. But there's also disturbances in terms of determining right and wrong data. Are we facing information clutter? Perhaps organic knowledge, face-to-face, true information and knowledge can be split from the whole and perhaps give a good deed, a good mast to lead or stabilize as the clutter moves on. Teachers are no longer the wise man on stage, but rather a guide for students to discover themselves. In today's world, we cannot just simply know everything. We have resources now in our pockets that can reach out to everything. Perhaps students nowadays can learn more from outside or from the internet than schools. So teachers have to be redefined, and they also should be guides that search with the students, but also guide them to the right direction and condition themselves as such. A conscience education should ask questions and make you ask questions. Famous pedagogue Portrera has said so in his work and argued the notion. Education can only be achieved with criticism. Education should ask us questions and make us think, even quote civilized crimes. Christopher Columbus went to America. Was he a discoverer, or was his continental rise was the doom for the natives existing there? Those who go to Africa, the imperialist forces, let's say, what have they brought or what have they taken? Anthropology, made with whose works, served what? And what has said in regards to humans? The sciences put forward, used for what purposes? I will touch upon this later. How many do I have? If we can wrap this up. Okay, I'll wrap this up. And in terms of this, adding value to education is based on adding value to others. And perhaps this is what students need to learn the most: self-control and subjugation. And Jacques Rancière has said that freedoms may make you stupid. I'm paraphrasing here. And perhaps curriculums should add compassion and kindness and empathy to their curriculums. And perhaps education should include perspectives of others into their own schools. And we should focus on raising children that will leave themselves a better world. My last minute, I wish to focus on something. Curriculums, exactly, especially for developing nations, should purify themselves of their European content. Turkey and the whole world should do this. A substantial amount of world's problems and the Western world's problems are not the same. We should prioritize our own problems and develop our own solutions based on a new curriculum and do mental gymnastics in this regard as much as possible, especially those who have been subject to colonialism or imperialism. Those nations especially decolonize their curriculums. And this, in this regard, should not make us show and make us look like the low life, the underappreciated and disenfranchised, and should purify themselves from those Westerners. Who are we? How can we exist as we? What makes us superior over others? What can we rely on? And how the work can be conducted in this regard? Thank you.
Now it's the second round, and the second round, let's have a QA session about that. And from our audience, you can direct your questions to any of our speakers, at least one question per speaker. Yes, sir. Do we have the microphone?
Assalamu alaikum to each and everyone.
You'll be the next then. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. My question will go to my brother there, Kadiri. Kadiri, right? Yes. I'm so passionate about your story, and in the same vein, the opportunity you had to understand that you had to go back to your country to do something for your country, but not your country doing something for you. What are you planning, or what curriculum are you planning to add to your curriculum to make these students understand that they should be with that mindset of what impact can I do for my country, rather what can my country do for me?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much. Is it working? It is?
Yeah.
I thought it was not. Can we, just before I answer to your question, can we take a second to appreciate the Turkish English translator?
Yeah.
This guy is amazing. So
And he
I
was
tried to
enjoying
practice
himself
my
as well.
Turkish. I couldn't, so I put the earphones. And then you'll hear him like when he's lost, he'll go like, whatever. And then he skips, right? And sometimes when he's excited by the idea, he's excited himself in his voice when the panelist was not excited. That's amazing, man. Big up. Congratulations. Yeah.
Tell him to come outside.
Yeah, you should come at the end so we can appreciate you the way you deserve.
But we should give you an empathy reward.
Yeah.
You understand everything very well.
Oh, thank you.
You empathize very well.
Individuals make the difference. I like that. Thank you. So to answer your question, how do we, because it's really not about me, how do we make sure our students understand this responsibility to give back? Let me start by giving you some statistics, and they are crazy, these statistics. So the tertiary enrollment ratio means the people in age to be in university in a given territory who are indeed in a university. So if you go in developed countries like the US, you are between 60–70%. If you go into countries that are working like India, Turkey, you are 25–30%. If you come to Africa as a whole, we are at 9%, meaning 9% of our youth in age to be in university, 18–25, are indeed in university. And you come down to countries like Niger and the Sahel region, we are at 4%. So this is a very, very scary thing. To imagine that only 4% of your people who should be having higher education have higher education. On the other hand, if you look at who is controlling the country, from the private sector, the public sector, the non-profit sector, they all have university degrees. So we have two things to do here. One is, how do we expand the 4% to have more people who qualify to lead? And second, how do we make sure they are having the right education so they don't become monsters when they get to the top? Because anyway, they have more opportunity to get to the top than anyone else in the country. So when they come, we have our bachelor is a 3-year bachelor, right? So as I was saying, there are some things that we consider core, like design thinking, like CS50, like leadership 1, 2, 3. Leadership 1 is leading self, leadership 2 is leading others, leadership 3 is leading communities. They do it first year, second year, third year. And the moment they step on campus, we set the tone the following way. I do this myself, and all the administration, the faculty, we keep repeating them the same thing the whole 3 years. If you are here today, if you are in this university, coming from this country, it means you are extremely privileged. You're actually the 5% of the people who have the most privilege in the country. What does that mean for you to be here? It means that you have somewhere to sleep. It means when you wake up, you have at least 1 meal a day. It means when you're sick, someone will take care of you and bring you to the hospital. And it means maybe your problem in life is that your smartphone fell down and the screen is shattered. This is the type of life you're having. And if you look carefully around you, you will see that most people your group age, when they wake up, they wonder if they are going to eat. And even if they answer yes, it's like, what am I going to eat? And it's usually never by choice. It's just something to calm the pain of the hunger, right? So I tell them the following. All of us here, we will make it. We'll get a job because not that much people are educated. So they will get a job anyway. We'll get a job, we'll get a house, we'll get a spouse, we'll get children, inshallah, we'll get a car, all these things, bank account. But if you measure your success by that, then you betrayed the future and the whole generation. What you should use as a measure for your own success is how many people you help in your life. And the higher the number of people, and I tell them, if you can, the higher the better, but if you can count them, you're still not there. You need to reach a level where you don't have a way to measure how many people you help. And then, until you get to this number, and usually you'll get there towards the end of your life, you should keep going on and helping other people. So, because we keep repeating this, because we designed the whole school environment and the culture, and because the faculty, everyone joins in to make it happen, you see it happening in different forms, from the non-academic activities to whatever happens in the classroom, to when they have town halls with me, we always repeat that. And you can see that in our alumni. They are really, truly changing the country, and I'm very proud of what they are doing.
Thank you very much. And gentlemen,
I would like to, dwell upon some of the, and the lady just appreciated Qadir, and, we were left behind. So, I just want to reflect on some of my experiences, and I would like to share and my experience that resonate with the experiences of Qadir as well. Having born on the university campus back at home, my father being a very self-made person, he uplifted his entire family, the extended family as well. And then, being relatively privileged, I got educated, and then there was a time when I started school teaching. And then after spending some about 8 years, my father pushed me towards, applying for lectureship. So that was the time when I struggled a lot with many of the things that I thought were difficult at that time for me to being in academia. But that said, after some time when I became lecturer, I started to think about having to do my PhD from abroad. And many of our colleagues that go abroad do not come back to their homes, and that is the irony of it, since the professor was saying, it all comes down to you being a sincere person. And I usually tell my students that if you are an honest, sincere, dedicated person, never ever you are going to get distracted or getting bogged down by the problems and the issues that come down your way. Success is always will be there, but it may be delayed, but it might you might end up having success in many different forms. Success might be in the form of your health. Success might be in the form of the quality of the students that you graduate, and the success would be in the form of the conscience that you have, the clear conscience that you have in terms of the teaching that you deliver, no matter whether people appreciate or not. So, my experiences resonate with Qadir's as well, that I decided to go back to my home, and most importantly for my parents. We care about our parents, and my father died in my hands as well. So had it not been due to that, I would have been mourning all of my life. So my mother and my father, I buried them with my own hands. So this is this is all what is our cherished history. So, being human, no matter who you are, being a better human is what makes us a better teacher. So, you might be a Muslim, you might be a Christian or whatever, an atheist or whatever, but first and foremost, you have to be a very good human being. If you're a very good human being, you'll be a good teacher, and you'll be contributing to, in many different forms, to your students, and they'll be learning from you. So this is what I wanted to
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed.
Share.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And the gentleman was waiting for his to ask his question. Is it working right?
Dr. Omar, do you believe I was searching for you before the panel? And the reason, yes, for you.
Okay.
Because I wanted to ask you, if you please can open the floor for the audience to ask questions, but you did it yourself. So thank you very much. You made us involved and engaged in this session. So I asked one of your staff, and they said, next year, inshallah, but you did it this year. So, clever move. And about Coursera, actually, I'm one of the million users here in Turkey, and I admire Coursera very much. Admire those who work with it. And I decided if I want to learn about a topic, not to read a book, to take a course from Coursera about this topic. Is it correct decision or not? I don't know. The second thing, and I was asked this question from my students. I'm a teacher. I'm a student at the same time, student of Coursera, student of life. What's the benefits of the certificates gained by Coursera? They asked me how the certificates can help us. In what way, in which way? I wasn't sure about the answer. I would like to hear it from you. And thank you for this great platform which enabled millions around the globe to gain high quality education.
Well, thank you. So thank you for the question, and thank you for your kind words and for being a learner. I myself am a learner on Coursera, and so I also appreciate the content. I don't want to get too much into sort of a pragmatic answer, but your question about the value of certificates, we've done some research recently around the world, and Turkey was one of the countries we did with employers and with students looking at the value of certificates, specifically those offered by industry was the main focus. And we found actually employers very much value these certificates, right? In terms of being more likely to hire candidates. So in Turkey, but all around the world, we saw this coming out. And so I think it is a very pragmatic, in that sense, benefit of these certificates when it comes to companies valuing them and valuing the skills. We see that companies around the globe are increasingly moving to skill-based hiring, meaning they're not just depending on the credential or the degree and assuming that the person has the knowledge, but really looking to hire people who have demonstrated they have the skills. And I think the certificates, whether it be from Coursera or edX, do a very good job of enabling the students to have something they can show.
What about taking a course instead of reading a book about the topic? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I've actually, even before I joined Coursera, so I was been in higher education my whole career, and I remember when Coursera and edX first came out in 2012, my immediate frame of reference was these are libraries of the future, right? Anyone before could go to a library and learn almost anything they wanted, and now we've made that much more efficient because now you can go to Coursera, you can go to edX, and you can learn anything you want. So I think that's actually a very good analogy, that taking a course on a Coursera or an edX is similar to reading a book, and it just comes down to how you learn. I like to read, but I also very much like to learn things on Coursera. I think the fact that a course is more guided, you have an instructor who's sort of curated the knowledge, I think that makes it a more effective way to learn, but also learning from books from primary sources certainly has a place. But yes.
Thank you very much. You made me happy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bir hanımefendi var.
There's a lady here that wants to ask. Firstly, thank you for providing the opportunity to ask questions. Thank you, Mr. Ömer. My question will be towards Mr. Kemal. In theory, we're talking about beautiful things where the humanitarian aspect of education on the social aspects of education, but for the practical application, do we need to change programs, or as a teacher on the field, can we just switch on Monday, involve students more in the practice, or call them out in the classroom, so to say? Any practical comments you may give? A teacher can change many things, I think. I see them as diamond hunters. you know, not every clam has a pearl, but those who dive deep and find those clams, rather the pearl, not diamond, pearl. Those who wishes to find pearl dive deep and find it. For this, I can say one man's effort, one man's willingness can perhaps positively impact on a global scale by raising somebody, prioritize it. As an example, I can say Camus' Nobel Literature Prize letter. And he wrote a letter to his teacher. And a teacher's discovery of the pearl found on a child that was kicked and bullied, and due to the teacher's encouragement, this man advanced and eventually got the reward. He writes this letter first to his teacher, then the communication between them start. And I can say, instead of waiting for the system to change, we should change and make the system change easier. You know the quote of Gandhi, be the change that you want to see in the world. I find this quote beautiful, monumental. We should start from somewhere at least. Thank you.
So I'm sorry we cannot take any more questions. That would be the last question. So thank you very much for our speakers.
Show the PowerPoint or?
Unfortunately, thumbs up.
Well, just to give the audience a flavor of what sort of work we are doing with.
Hopefully, maybe the next summit. Too bad to say. In the next third summit?
Let me give them a brief resume of what I wanted to. That can be shown over here as well. You know, the thing I wanted to share, since it was all talk, and there was nothing visual in nature, so I thought that since our is the last session and people will be very much suppressed and depressed, I thought that I should share some of the visuals and photos and instances in which we at the university are working with some NGOs that are doing a very excellent work in the field, that there are 22 million.
Assalamu alaikum. Why don't we do this? Those who are interested can reach out to him and he will send the slide by email. Will that work?
Well,
great.
Yeah?
We can get your PowerPoint presentation if you would like, and we can send them to those who would like to receive.
Yeah, or everyone. So I wanted to say that briefly, that, you know, there's an NGO by the name of Dosti, you know, friendship. And the founder himself was come from a very downtrodden, you know, his father himself was a tailor master, you know, tailor.
Here we go, in the background.
So he graduated as a, this is there the mic? Just briefly, I would like to, because, you know, it's about adversity and diversity and, you know, these kind of things, and also, you know, alternative pursuits in education. So these are some of the best examples about it. So in Pakistan, there are about, you know, 2.8 million children that are out of school, and some of them, you know, our NGOs are working very well. The NGO I was referring to is Dosti, and the founder is, you know, his name is Dr. Munir Ahmed. It's just like my name, but he's settled in America, and he won't deliver as Qadir was doing. So what they are doing is that they are educating out of the school children, slums and, far-off places where there's no technology. And what they are doing is that they are providing whiteboards along with the stand, along with the, these small blackboards with chalks, and, children are learning. So there are some visual here. There is a couple of other individuals. One of my PhD students, she is interested in implementing Montessori education with activity-based learning. So that is also there. And there are other examples of one lady who was an air hostess. She left her job and she is now educating children through drawing and sketches because and the slogan is such that if you cannot write, you can draw. So these are the things. We are the solution of all of this. If someone decides to educate those that are at the lower rung of the society, they can deliver. And we are those academics and teachers and politicians, everyone should be a part of it. So, and you see these monograms, the Dosti is the monogram of that. The yellow color signifies warmth, it signifies sun, and it signifies radiance, and it signifies education. So in the middle, IER is our Institute of Education and Research, and CSP is one of our community services program. Global Education Campaign is also part of this one. So these visuals tell us that Pakistan is suffering in many different ways, as are other developing countries. But alongside public education, there are other people that are working, and we are the solution. Solution means that we have to provide early childhood alternative pathways. And this is what I wanted to tell you about, that in collaboration with this NGO, we are doing, this holding International Day, International Day of Education, Teachers Education, and Peshawar, first ever in Peshawar's history, a Peshawar Literature Festival, and we are organizing another one as well in February. This is what the Dosti is doing. They are going to each, they have sent to Afghanistan as well. These resources, you see the one whiteboard along with a stand is almost a complete school. So one can initiate their services from them. So you see these, no matter whether you are a madrasa or a school or a public school, these will be delivered to you. And these are some of the items that have been made by these children. You see, from the mud, without much resources, you see a couch and, a bed and lots of creativity over there. And these are other things. I think this is somewhere in Afghanistan. They have also sending, and you see the camel over there. This is in Sindh province. So it's quite far away. It's in the deserts. This is about one of my PhD students. She started to create her own system of education, which was based on activity, which was based on action. So this is what the initial phase was, and this one, she then was able to make a full-fledged school for herself. And we were talking about activity, so there are these active children doing activity online learning. Yeah. So I'm just skipping these. It's about this was about the lady that I was referring to. She's involving these street children who have made all of these. She has made herself as well. And the last one is about Mafkura. It's a think tank. And you see the drawing. Oh. It tells us about the unity that we have.
Dr. Ahmed,
and this is it.
Really, thank you very much.
I'd like to thank you all for your participation and for your patience, everyone. And this is the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. That was a tough one.
It was a pleasure.
I would like to thank all of our esteemed speakers, but we are not leaving you.
Alacaklar zaten sanırım. Alacaklar.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Dear speakers, please don't leave this stage. I kindly invite the member of the Board of Trustees, Tuğba Işık Ercan, to stage to present the gifts to our panelists.
Tabii.
Let's take a family picture. Thank you. And our first gift goes to our moderator, Ömer Avcı. Thank you. And the other gift goes to John Schwartz. And the other present will be other gift to be presented to Scott Shearman. Another gift goes to Professor Kemal Sayar. We'll present our other gifts to Said Munir Ahmad. And our last gift goes to Kadir Kaneye. Ali fotoğraf alın herhalde. Tamam. We thank all of our esteemed speakers. Thank you so much for being with us in this panel. Thank you.
Benim mikrofonumu da açar mısın? Nasıl? Açık. Dear guests, this is the end of Istanbul Education Summit. With 6 sessions and 40 distinguished speakers, in total, Istanbul Education Summit addressed many significant issues of education.
We thank all of our esteemed speakers and guests from around the world. Istanbul Education Summit come to the end. Hope to see you again next year at the 3rd edition of this summit. Have a nice evening. Thank you.